You're watching BCTV. We're all about Branford. You're watching BCTV, Branford Government Television, a service of Branford Community Television. This program is brought to you in part through the support of the town of Branford.
This meeting of the Branford Planning and Zoning Commission to order. It is Thursday, May 21st, 2020, and this is our regular meeting. I will introduce members of our commission and staff this evening, and I would ask that when I say your name, you say your name in response and acknowledge your presence. So we'll start with John Lust. John, are you here?
John Lust, Commissioner. I'm here. Yes, Chuck.
Joe Chadwick. Joe, are you here?
Joe Chadwick is present.
Joe Viuso. Joe, are you here? Joe is muted. Can someone unmute Joe?
Joe Chadwick?
No, Joe Viuso.
Oh.
I think he may be muted. I don't know. Is he? Caitlin's muted.
I don't see him.
Okay. Did we lose Joe?
Let me see if I got his phone number here.
Okay.
Oh, Joe, is that you?
Joe Viuso.
Okay.
Okay, Joe. Yeah, I think Joe is muted. Keep him unmuted. So.
What's the last four numbers of your phone number, Joe?
1592.
Okay. I
Okay.
gotta find you and label you.
Okay. So Joe Viuso is here. Paul Higgins. Paul, are you here?
Finally, yes.
Great. Glad you made it, Paul. You're a whiz. Okay. And Marcy Pelusi. Marcy, are you here?
Marcy Pelusi, right here.
Okay, excellent. That's our commission members, and Fred Russo may be joining us later. For our staff, we have our town planner, Harry Smith. Harry?
I am here.
Harry, your video is not on, if you want to turn it on.
There we go.
Caitlin, our assistant planner, Caitlin Piazza. Caitlin?
I'm here.
Okay, and our clerk recording secretary, Michelle Martin. Michelle, you're here as well, yes. Okay, and understand we may have another staff person assisting us this evening. Michael D'Amato is, he may be assisting us on an application, or.
I think it's actually going to be John Gakorski.
John Gaskowski, yeah, he raised his hand, so he's present, so he'll, on behalf of the town. Okay, so what we will do is we're going to follow our normal format for public hearings. We have 4 public hearings scheduled for this evening. Our normal presentation. There are some special rules regarding the online virtual meetings that we're conducting here. But before I get that, the normal procedure is that the applicant will go first, make its presentation, reports from any consultants and experts. After that, we turn it over and we have typically a summary of our staff report from members of our staff, open it up for questions by commission members to the applicant. At that point, we will open it up to the public and ask the public, and there'll be procedures that Caitlin's going to go over with you about how you can participate at the public portion of the meeting. We would ask again that you state your name for the record before you speak. Following the public portion, we'll allow the applicant to respond to any public comments. We may or may not complete the public hearing this evening. Oftentimes we continue, it's not unusual public hearings to last for more than one meeting. With that, I'm going to ask Caitlin to go over the special rules that are involved in this Zoom meeting format that we're going in. Caitlin, can you do that for us?
Yes, Caitlin, Assistant Town Planner. Just so everyone's aware, this meeting is being recorded and it also can be viewed on BCTV or on the Facebook page that they have. No one's required to use video. And some of the basic functions that are going to be important for participation, if you're participating by phone, to raise your hand, you're going to press *9, and that'll alert one of the hosts that you want to participate in part of the public hearing. If you're on the computer, you have two ways of participating. The first is preferable, and that's the raise hand feature, which if it can be activated if you hover your cursor at the bottom of the screen, go to participants, and then at the bottom of the screen that pops up on the right-hand side, there should be a raise hand feature. The other option is to use the chat feature, which is also located at the bottom of the screen. And you can just put it into everybody and we can see those comments. For those who are presenting applications tonight, you'll be able to share your screen by hovering at the bottom again. There'll be share screen and you'll be able to do that, and I can bring the screen down once you're done. I think that's it, but again, just to repeat, please state your name before you speak every time you speak, and that's it.
Great. Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Caitlin.
Chuck, if I may, Harry Smith, Town Planner. There's a gentleman who talked to me today who would like to request you to consider discussing an item that's not on the agenda tonight. That I would just leave it there.
Okay. Charles Anders, Chair. Okay. What I think we should do is go through our agenda. If we have some time at the end, we could maybe hear from the person depending on where we are. But I think in fairness, it's not on our agenda. We do have things on our agenda that we need to do. If we do have some time at the end, we can bring it up under planner's report under the last item. And then at that time, see where the commission stands if we want to hear that item. So I hope that provides, I'll ask commission members, does that sound okay to everyone?
Yes, John Lust here. That sounds all right, Chuck.
Okay. Okay, and I saw a thumbs up from Marcy. Okay, so then we'll proceed that way if the person is there. So it probably will be maybe hour and a half to a couple of hours before we get to the end. So I'm just, so that's where we are.
Sure.
Okay, Harry, Charles Anders again, Chair. Harry, can you read the notice or someone read the notices of the public hearing?
I'm happy to do it, Marcy, unless you want to do it.
I can do it. I have it.
Okay.
I didn't realize you were ready. The Planning and Zoning Commission of the Town of Branford, Connecticut hereby gives notice of a public hearing to be held on Thursday, May 21st, 2020 at 7 p.m. by remote technology as authorized by Executive Orders 7B and 7I or 71 to consider the following. 1, application number 19-12.1, special exceptions for a laboratory office and associated grading within 100 feet of an inland wetland located at 779 through 803 East Main Street and 21 Sycamore Way, and unaccepted land extending from Sycamore Way into these properties. A. Secondino and Son, Inc., care of Alfred Secondino, applicant and owner. Public hearing continued for May 7th, 2020 meeting. Item number 2, application number 19-10.10, special exception for a convenience store located at 165 and 195 Main Street, 165-195 Main Street LLC, care of Kevin Curry, applicant and owner. Item number 3, application number 20-3.3, special exception / site plan, coastal site plan development of a bank and grocery store and associated grading within 100 feet of an inland wetland located at 1151 West Main Street. Self Development Group LLC applicant, Melissa Maturo et al. Owner. Item number 4, application number 20-3.2, special exceptions and coastal site plan for a 2-family house and an accessory structure over 15 feet in height located at 8 Howd Avenue, 8 Howd LLC, care of Nicholas Fisher, applicant and owner. At said hearings, all persons will have the right to be heard. A copy of the application materials will be made available at least 24 hours ahead of the meeting at https://www.branford.gov dropbox.com/home/planning %20%26% zoning under a file for this particular meeting date. Written communication should be submitted via email to p&z@branford-ct.gov by noon of the day before the meeting for posting at the above Dropbox account associated with the town's website.
Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Marcy. That was great. I didn't mean to diss you by asking Harry to read it. I didn't know you had it. Of
Yeah,
course,
I
I
got it.
prefer your reading to Harry's any day. Just let the record be clear about that. Okay, so then we will turn to item number 1, which is A.C. Condino and Sons, Bittersweet Partners, special exception, new laboratory office building and associated grading equipment. And again, this was one that we opened the public hearing and heard fairly detailed presentation last time, but there were some issues regarding notice and so forth, so we kept the hearing open. Is the applicant here on that?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairperson. How are you all doing today? Thank you guys so much for taking the time to hear us. My name is Chris Gagnon. I'm a civil engineer with BL Companies, 355 Research Parkway, and we are the agent for the applicant. They are also on the line, but yes, we are here.
All right, Charles Anders, Chair, you ready to proceed?
I believe so. As you mentioned, we did open this public hearing a couple weeks ago. We presented the plans, walked you through what we were planning on doing. We also had a couple of items that we needed to take care of based on the comments from the town engineer and the town planner. Letters were provided back to the engineer and planner early last week, indicating that we were on board with their comments and requests. And we also provided additional notification, I should say, on top of the previous notifications. This last round of notifications included the directions with respect to hopping online and participating in this this format that we are all engaged in right now. So that should all be squared away as far as we are concerned. Over the past couple days, I have been in communication with the town planner, Mr. Smith. He has prepared a comprehensive document about this application, and I think the one outstanding item that is worth discussing was something that you raised, Mr. Chair, at the last time. The proposed building is being located on what is not right now 2 properties. The building is crossed by that property line. As it sits now, we were willing to accept as a condition of approval something along the lines of either requiring the lots to be consolidated or that they would be, prior to any sale of the lots or anything like that, the property line would need to be resolved, which is going across the building itself. We had further discussions with the applicant and potential end user, and our plan of attack moving forward is going to be filing for a re-subdivision of the property to create a lot which contains just this proposed building and use. So that'll be in front of you very shortly. And as I understand it, that would then trigger us either needing to modify that condition of approval that the lots be consolidated. So bottom line is the property line situation. We are on board with the proposed potential condition of approval and are willing to file the paperwork associated with that. All of the letters and conversations and correspondence with the planner and the town engineer did not produce any changes to the proposed use or plans with respect to zoning, so I don't think we need to go through them again. So that was really all that I had in terms of new information from the last time that we met here. So I'd be more than willing to answer any questions or let Mr. Smith or anybody from the commission comment on anything here.
Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gagnon. Harry, do you want to review any comments or clarifications or add anything at this time?
At this point, I have prepared a draft set of findings and conditions for the board to consider. I don't know if there's anyone from the public who wants to comment on this application, since there were new notices sent out. I mean, I can go through my proposed findings and conditions, or we can, I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, Charles Anders, Chair. Again, I haven't opened up to the public yet. Just a question for Mr. Gagnon. Mr. Gagnon, have you seen the proposal? It sounds like you've spoken with Harry and seen the draft findings and conditions. Is that correct?
Chris Gagnon, BL Companies. Yes, sir. I have reviewed them, and I am comfortable with Mr. Smith's findings.
Okay, Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gagnon. Okay, at this point, I don't think we need to go through it. Perhaps we can at the, before we vote, we can go in detail. You did pass out a copy. I did take a look at it as well. So
yeah, I mean, there are a couple of points that I just might raise. One is that in the memo I sent to the commission, I indicated the town was reviewing the sufficiency of the information provided regarding easements that permitted some of the regrading and construction work on either side of the private driveway off the applicant's property. That review has been completed, and the town council has stated verbally that the easements provide sufficient authority for all the work that's proposed, with the proviso that there's a couple of little drainage items that need to be pulled back into the easements, and those are some of the comments raised by the town engineer. So the applicant, I think, is probably already prepared plans that show those revisions.
Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Harry. And then, yeah, so I understand there may be a few modifications to the draft findings and conditions that you sent to us, and we could review those later, unless commission members would like to do that now. Charles Anders, Chair. Seeing no one at this time, I will ask any questions for the applicant by commission members. Any commission members have any questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none, then we can open this up to the public, and we'll follow the procedures Caitlin had mentioned. You can raise your hand, or I think that was the main way, or the chat feature, I guess. Are there any members of the public wish to comment on this item?
I see Perry Maresca would like to talk. I can unmute him.
Certainly.
Thank you, Harry. Perry Maresca, Chairman of Economic Development Commission. Back in February, I originally prepared a letter on behalf of the Economic Development Commission. I forwarded it on, but I would like the opportunity to read it since it's been a while. This has been going through inland wetlands and now P&Z. So originally dated February 20th, 2020, members of Branford's Planning and Zoning Commission. I am writing on behalf of the Branford Economic Development Commission in regard to the properties noted as 779 to 803 East Main Street, and 21 Sycamore Way. Application number 19-12.1 is being presented requesting a special exemption for a new building to be constructed on the property for use as laboratory office. Please note that the members of the EDC wholeheartedly and unequivocally support this project. Only is the intended use of this building exactly what townspeople are for in this area. It is going to be occupied by a firm that has a proven successful track record. Spawned from some restructuring at Pfizer nearly a decade ago, Rethink Technologies came to Branford in 2016, in part for our reputation of being a biotech, biomedical, life science hub. First expanding with their current building, they're now bursting at the seams. They've outgrown their current space. Construction of this new building has been made through different processes within the town's specific agencies along the way. As our charge of EDC is to maintain promising, viable, productive, and beneficial businesses to the town of Branford, we ask that P&Z act as prudently and expeditiously as possible to allow this company to acquire their new headquarters in town. Clean Technologies is most definitely the type of clean business that requires and employs a large skilled workforce, which is so beneficial to the community and what we strive to have here in Branford. In fact, they were one of the recipients of our Business Recognition Awards in 2019. Don't know if it was love at first sight or the shortened commute, but shortly after deciding to move their business to Branford, the owners purchased a home and have become proud residents as well. Please consider this as a testament to their dedication to our town. I hope the town can be as dedicated to them by approving the construction of the new headquarters. Thank you. Perry J. Maresca, Chairman, Branford EDC.
Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Maresca. Are there other members of the public that wish to comment? Caitlin or Harry, have you received any indications?
Caitlin here. No, I don't see any raised hands.
Okay. Then I think we can close the public portion of this public hearing. And does the applicant have any further comments?
Chris Gagnon, BL Companies. No further comments other than I'd like to thank the commission and town staff for their time. Not only was the P&Z town staff involved with getting us to where we are today, the Wetlands town staff as well and town council were all extremely helpful partners on this process. It's not always simple walking through these waters, and I appreciate the professionalism of everyone in the town. So thank you very much for that.
Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gagnon. Any other questions or comments from commission members or staff? Seeing none, then we can close item number 1 as a public hearing. This may be something that we can bring up later and possibly act on this evening. So that brings us to item number 2, and I think we're going to defer on that one because I understand item number 2 is the Aldi and bank application. So if you're here on that, that's obviously a important application, but we want to wait till 8 o'clock to start that because I understand that some of the notices to the individual property owners said the public hearing would be at 8 o'clock. Harry, am I correct on that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so if you're here for item number 2, Charles Anders, Chair, excuse me, that we will defer on that one and we'll go to item number 3 then, which is the 8 Howard Avenue special exception and coastal site plan for a 2-family house. Is the applicant here on that one?
Yes, Jim Preddy, Criscolo Engineering. I am here, and also with me on here is Nick Fisher, who is the owner of the property. So if we're ready to proceed. So this property on 8 Howard has been owned by Mr. Fisher for a couple of years. The proposal is to take down the existing Quonset hut structure that's there and build a 2-family house very similar to one that's right around the corner. The house or the plan has already been approved by health department for new septic system, as well as it's gone through the Stony Creek Village District with a few minor requirements. Basically, the property is just under half an acre, which is a pretty good sized property for that area. It's a duplex house, so side by side apartment with a garage, two-car garage. So the application is for the two-family house, which is now required in all the zones, I believe, as a special exception. And also because of the topography in the backyard, the average grade's a little low around the garage. So the structure proposed is only 15 feet from the garage slab to the ridge, but because the average grade's a little low, we'll be higher than 15 feet. Caitlin, can you put the plans up on the screen? So there, this is the proposed site plan. As you can see, the house is set back from the road somewhat, kind of in keeping with the house just to the north on the adjacent property. And we have the garage set back just behind the rear line of the house with a few parking spaces in front of it. We have the driveway in basically the same spot that it had been before. What's hard to see under here is that the north half of the house basically is where the old house is now. So we're basically building in the same spot. The front yard is where we've tested for the septic area. So there would be a new code complying system in the front yard, spread out in the front yard, as you can see there. In the back, there's a deck for each unit adjacent to the house, and buried propane tanks. And then behind the house, we have the roof drains going into some underground gallery systems to store some of the roof water. You can see also on the page, if you shift over to the right, that we have a bulk standard chart there, and all the bulk standards are met. We're not requiring any variances for anything here. While we are requesting a waiver of the special exception landscaping requirements, because quite a few of them really pertain to commercial buildings, what we have shown on here is we've planted more than 40% of the house with landscaping that's called out on here. We did see in the staff comments that, I guess, and this hasn't come up for me before, but I guess the garage would also need to have 40% landscaping, which is easily enough accomplished. Otherwise, I think we comply. I mean, the lighting would be just typical residential style lighting. The earthwork is minimal here. And the retaining walls are that we show along the side of the parking area there is only it's 3 feet or less. So really it's not even a zoning permit is required.
Thank you.
So, I mean, it's a pretty simple application. It's very similar, again, very similar to, and I think I even included a picture of one that's basically right at the end of Howd up on Leeds Island Road. Yeah, number 10.
Yeah, Nick Fisher. It's a two-family in Stony Creek.
So that's with a few minor architectural differences. It's basically there's the house and the garage. That's what it's gonna look like. And I will entertain any questions at this point.
I have a question.
Yes.
Marcy Paluzzi here. So the garage plan, is there a separation wall for the units, and does each unit get one garage and a tandem parking in front and a parking to the side? Is that why you drew the striped spaces in front of the garage doors?
Jim Preddy, that's correct. And that's what's done on the other property that you just saw, and it has worked out well.
Okay.
It actually gives them extra space, and if you know Stony Creek, you know, the roads are tight and there's not a lot of places to park.
Right, right.
Charles Anders, Chair. Caitlin, I understand you prepared the staff report. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Charles Anders, Chair. Caitlin, do you want to review that with us?
Sure. So most of my comments had to do with the landscaping because it is a special exception. But like Jim said, they requested a waiver. Specifically, the special exception requires a 20-foot landscaping strip along the front and 10 feet along the sides, and planting beds around the structures. So the commission may want to discuss that. You are allowed to modify those requirements and have in the past. And then the only other major comment, well, kind of minor, is the separation between the parking spaces and the proposed retaining wall. Per section 6.13, there's supposed to be 6 feet of separation. And we would also just need some planting along the top of that retaining wall, typically.
Jim Preddy, Criscolo Engineering, because the wall is 3 feet or less at that point, and we don't need to meet setbacks, we could easily move it away and plant something in between. So that's not a problem.
And
Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Caitlin. Caitlin, anything else?
Caitlin here. No, I just prepared some findings and conditions that you guys have and hopefully have been able to review. I can go over them, but they're relatively standard.
Okay. Charles Anders, Chair. Jim, have you reviewed the staff report with the proposed findings and conditions, and do you have any comments on that?
Jim Preddy, no, they're pretty standard that we see on almost all of these plans, so no problem.
Okay. Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Jim. Any questions from commission members or staff? Charles Anders, Chair. Seeing none, then we can open it up to the public. Are any members of the public wish to comment on this item?
Caitlin here. Patricia Alterman. I'm going to unmute her.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Patricia Altermat. I live at 24 Howard Ave, but I also own the Howard Ave, the Quonset hut right next to 8 Howard Avenue. I absolutely love Nicky Fisher. I think he's a most wonderful guy. I respect him very much, but I'm having a lot of concerns about this. I'm having a lot of concerns because a 2-family home on that tiny little street, I think we're going to have a lot of problems. And one problem is going to be, we already have a big water problem. One of the water problems is we have absolutely no drainage. So the part where the Quonset hut is going to go is the public road, which again, no drainage. All that water comes all the way down to the part where they say is a private road. There is no paved, it's all dirt, and it just comes flowing down. So we personally, there's maybe 1 or 2 families, have to maintain all that road and make drains, fill it up with our own personal money with rocks. We have to buy a backhoe and try to make places for this road to go. So with this 2-family, we're going to have 2 more cars. We're going to have 4 more bathrooms, and we're going to have a lot more water coming down. So I was wondering if we're going to get some kind of what is that called? What's that called? Dry well?
Yeah, it's gonna
Is there any kind of dry well where there's going to be this water going somewhere else instead of coming down to Watrous and our area? That's number one, because we can't even handle it ourselves. And the other problem we're going to have is, again, there's a public road, which is down the Quonset Hut area, which is maintained by the town. And then as soon as you hit the private area, I don't understand why the town doesn't maintain it, because everybody in the town uses it. But once you hit that private road, we, as 1 or 2 families, have to maintain that road. We have to fill in the potholes. We have to fill in the drains. We have to buy our own rocks. We have to fill in whatever the public people do. And we're, again, having such a hard time taking care of it ourselves. So that's another 4 cars with visitors coming on down. So we would like to keep it quaint. Again, absolutely, I love Nicky Fisher. He's an amazing man. But I really do think this is going to be such a burden on the area down this end. So that's what I think. And that's my opinion. It's going to be difficult for the part down this end. So that's my opinion.
Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Aldermatt.
Thank you.
And we'll ask the applicant to respond to that. But before we do that, are there any other members of the public that wish to comment? I know there was someone in the beginning that I don't know if that was associated with Ms. Aldermatt.
Caitlin here. I'm going to unmute Jake.
Hello, my name is Jake Lang. I live at 4 Howard Avenue, which is the property that borders immediately next to 8 Howard Avenue. I sent the Zoning and Planning Commission an email. I also CC'd the Building and Engineering Department that contained a letter signed by the vast majority of our street that wanted this property kept as a single family home. I'm not sure if you guys received that email, but I have the letter right here and all the signatures from everybody. It basically states a lot of the things that Patty Aldermatt brought up. Was the traffic issue with our street is a very narrow, tight street. And all the houses on this street are single family homes. So to introduce 4+ more cars to our tight, narrow street is going to be a lot more money out of the pockets of us residents maintaining that dirt road street. And we just don't think that's fair, along with the drainage, because he's going to probably have to level some of the water table to build this house up and fill in the ravine in the back to build the garage. And where's the water going to go? It could back up into my basement. It could flood out in the properties down on Watrous. One of the members I had who signed this petition was Uncle Ross, who was very worried about that because he has properties that butt up against it. And yeah, so those are our main concerns: are the traffic issue, the water issue, and I'm about to raise a family, and this is a rental property. We don't know who's coming in, who's coming out. You know, we're a street of tight-knit families, and we'd like to keep it that way. So we'd like to keep the home a single-family place where people can come in and raise families like we all are doing on this street. And I wrote this letter because a lot of our residents are elderly people who didn't know how to.
We lost him.
He's still unmuted. Jake, we can't hear you right now.
To 4 Howard Avenue because.
Okay, now you're back.
Because to be honest with you, I don't want to wake up in the morning and look at my bedroom window and see somebody right next to me and right next to my deck, because that's going to be invading my family's privacy and well-being.
Quonset Hut's like 10 feet away.
The Quonset Hut right now is 10 feet away from my house. And I was okay with that because my grandfather built it, so it was okay. But so that is all I have to say on the matter.
Charles Junior's chair. Thank you, Mr. Lang. Are there other members of the public that wish to comment? It looks like the petition is on the in the Dropbox. Is that correct? You can see it in there. The opposition letter. Are there other members of the public that wish to comment?
Caitlin here. I'm gonna, oh yes, thank you. I'm gonna unmute Madison, and then I'm gonna grab a phone number, and then Perry.
Hello. Yes, my name's Alexander Alderman. My wife Patricia spoke earlier. So my main concern is the water situation. I see that there's going to be quite a bit of asphalt there. I know that the grade is not.
We can't hear Mr. Alderman.
It's unmuted.
So now the water was running down and running into my driveway, which is a dirt driveway, and into my garage. So I had to raise the dirt in the front yard so the water would keep running down through the private road, which at one time when Uncle Ross was the first selectman, they came down and chip sealed. So when I saw the trucks a year or two ago up there doing the road, I said, oh, great. All the town trucks were parked, or who was ever doing Tocon, who was ever doing it, were all parked on the private side. I said, oh, great. We're going to get a chip sealed this year. What do you know? And they didn't do it, but they went and chip sealed Quarry Road, Sawmill Road. I mean, there was numerous roads. And what they tell us is, oh, it's not a line problem.
Charles Junior's chair. Did we lose him again? Sounds like. I'm sorry, Mr. Alderman. You're frozen right now. We can't hear you.
Okay.
Now we can hear you.
One of the trees is against the power lines. Okay, it's already arced out a few times. The power company has come down and they put plastic shields up. And then a few months later, I look and I see there's a nylon rope tied off to one of Nikki's trees up by the power line, holding the power pole back so it doesn't arc on the trees. Okay. Now the next tree, if you look at the map, the next tree that's right next to my Quonset is probably 150 or 200-year-old maple tree. And now we're going to go in and dig the roots up to put a brand new septic system in. So this tree is going to die, and it is already dying. So I would like to see if we can get that, maybe speak to Nikki about it and get this tree removed. Because if one of the branches falls off this tree, and there's already branches falling off on my Quonset, if one of these branches falls off the tree, it's going to kill the old lady that I have living in there. Okay. And my other concern is the water from the pavement. That's I understand that we're going to put some dry wells in to catch the water from the gutters. I want to know, are those dry wells also for the garage? Is there anybody that might be able to answer me that? And that's my main concern is the water. We have a big water problem down here. So there's no curbs on the roads. They don't come down. I have to maintain what they call, quote unquote, the private end of the road. But now that GPS is out, if you come down Leeds Island Road and you miss the turn at the package store to go down Thimble Islands Road, they send you down my road. So that's tons of traffic, okay? And plus now you're gonna have 4 other vehicles and no one wants to pull out of that end of the road because it's very dangerous. Right across from Nikki's other 2-family house, okay? when you pull out of the end of Howard Avenue, I mean, when I was a child, I almost got killed there on a bicycle trying to get to the sidewalk. So everybody's going to drive down this end of the road, but the town doesn't want to do anything with the road. I maintain it. So that's my concerns. I don't have any problems with Nicky Fisher. He's a good man. I've known him my whole life, but we got to have some solutions for if this is going to get built. That's my opinion. All right, thank you.
Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Aldermat. Are there other members of the public that wish to comment?
Caitlin here. There are. I'm going to unmute phone number 481-9817.
My name is Marie Kelly, and I'd like to speak on my own behalf. My husband would like to say a few words too, Dennis Kelly. We live directly across from this property, and I feel that it would be sort of an eyesore. Not that it's not would be a beautiful build, I'm sure, but we live on a street with very small one-family homes. And this would be a sort of a giant in with the dwarfs. So I feel it would be unsightly in a way to have this giant house and mixed in with all little one-family houses here. And the neighbors who said that the street is very narrow are correct. It's narrow on our end, but as you go down to the dogleg turn to the unpaved section, it's extremely narrow. It's the width of a driveway. You can't even fit two cars side by side to get through there. I've been down that end once or twice or three times, a few times, where a car coming the other way, you can't get through. It's all unpaved. The road is full of potholes when it's not taken care of by the people who so generously live down there and who fix the road. It's very difficult as it is now. And I don't see the town as being prepared to fix that end of the road to make it any better for us. And here's my husband, Dennis Kelly.
I feel that as this area is all single family and is zoned for single family, that there is no making an exception to stick in a two family, which we have done on this road or in this little area. Is not fair to all the neighbors. I would like to see us stick to the zoning. We put in the zoning and we should stick to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you. Are there other members of the public that wish to comment?
Caitlin here. I'm unmuting Perry.
Okay, thank you, Perry Maresca. I just want to make note that I've known Nick for quite a long time. He is a remarkable man, and I believe that he won't do anything that will hinder or hurt the neighbors. I'm sure he will do what he can. He's got quite a few other apartments in town, Hammer Lane, Leeds Island Road, and Watrous Avenue, all very similar. And he builds a good product and has tenants, and to my knowledge has never had any issues with any of the tenants in any of the apartments. So just maybe a little bit of a comforting news to the neighbors there. Thank you.
Charles Anders, Chair. Are there other members of the public? I see somebody with a hand up.
Caitlin here. I'm unmuting Susan.
Hi, I'm David Swirsky. I live across the street on 5 Howard Avenue. I moved here back in 1984. And the reason that I bought this piece of property was because it was a private road at the time. And it was a great place to build a future and a family. And I would like to see it kept as a one-family residential street. And if the zoning it calls for one family, please leave it at one family. Thank you very much.
Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Swirsky. Other members of the public? I see a hand raised. Caitlin?
Yeah, I'm unmuting Richard now.
My name is Richard Deering. I live on the corner of Leeds Island and Howard Avenue, and I've been here for 56 years. And I think we got enough two-family houses in the neighborhood now, because I'm right next door to one, and there's two of them next door, and there's one across the street. And Howard Avenue has always been single-family houses, and I think it should stay that way. Thank you.
Charles Sanders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Daring. Are there other members of the public that wish to comment?
Caitlin here.
Okay,
I don't see you.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Preddy, do you have comments? There are a number of questions raised, one of which concerned drainage. Do you have anything you'd like to comment with respect to this?
Yes, Jim Preddy, Criscola Engineering. Just keep in mind, we're not changing the location of the existing curb cut at all, which is already paved. And we're really not changing the topography of the front yard very much, which is still going to be all grass. I don't believe we're altering the Howard Avenue drainage at all in the road. This lot, for the most part, slopes toward the back. We are handling the roof areas with underground infiltration units. It sounds like there may be some, a little farther south on here, there's some problems with the road that really should be taken up with engineering and public works, not to throw them under the bus, but if it's a public road, then it should be maintained. But I don't believe this project at all is affecting the drainage in Howard Avenue. Regarding the traffic, I mean, it's two bedroom units. If we built a 4-bedroom here, there could be the same number of cars. In fact, if we built a single family 4-bedroom house here, we wouldn't even be at a public hearing. It would be as a matter of right. And you could build a house that's 4,800 square feet on this lot. We're only proposing a footprint of around 1,500. So, I think this is actually less of an impact at what could be here as if it was kept single family. As far as, somebody mentioned zoning and, two-family, up until recently, two-family houses were allowed in all the zones without a special exception. And, in this zone, it was changed recently because of something on the other side of town. But the requirement is that it's allowed, but we have to come in for a special exception. And this is part of the process. What else? As far as rental units, I agree with Perry Maresca. I mean, Mr. Fisher has a number of units all over town, and they're very well kept, and he has very good tenants, and he's never had any problems. So again, if this was a single family, I have a single family home that there's 5 cars in my driveway all the time. I have kids. So I don't think this is more of an impact than a single family house. And in fact, if you built what he could here, it's far less of an impact of what the single family house could be here.
Carl Sanders, Chair. Jim, do you have anything else?
No, that's it at this point. I don't know if Nick has anything to say.
Charles Sanders, Chair. Question: One of the gentlemen raised an issue about a tree that may die because of the septic you're putting in. Did you understand what he was referring to?
I'm not, Jim Preddy again. I'm not sure, because the trees on the south side of the driveway, we're actually not changing the line. We're actually moving the driveway away a little bit on that side. We're not getting any closer. So the trees, I believe he's talking about, are on the south side of the driveway, and we're out in the middle of the yard with the septic system. There is a tree on the site that will come down, but it's on the property. It's not on the edge. It's out in the middle.
Okay. Charles Sanders, Chair. Are there questions or comments from other members of the commission or staff?
Chuck, can you hear me? It's Paul Higgins.
Yes. Paul, we can hear you.
Reference was, this is Paul Higgins, Commissioner. Reference was made that the zoning changed fairly recently that allows for two-family here. Is that correct?
Charles Anders, Chair, what Mr. Preddy was saying, that this is the R2 zone, I believe, correct?
Right.
And up until recently, you could put a duplex in as of right. You wouldn't need to come before the commission. And what we did is we amended the regulations within the last year or two to make that a special exception, because in the situation, the housing project around the McDonald's area, there were some people that put in duplexes that were very much out of character. So we thought maybe we should look at all of these.
No,
exceptions. So
Paul Higgins, Commissioner. Yeah, I remember that. Okay. Okay, so it fits into that change. Okay, thank you.
Right. Okay. Marcy.
Marcy Paluzzi. You're talking about the road, so it is a town road, and is what I'm hearing that at one end away from the property, the road is not to town standards, or is it a through road? I'm a little confused about where Howard Avenue, where the overall site plan of Howard Avenue starts and finishes. Do you have any kind of location map that you could show me, Jim?
Jim Preddy, I don't know where it switches from a public road to a private road. It does, when you get past here, the property to the south, the Ultimate property, once you get past their property, it definitely doesn't appear to be a town road if you've gone out there. In fact, I didn't, for the longest time, I didn't even know it went all the way through to Thimble Islands Road.
So do we have a map that just shows the area? Is there any kind of?
There is a location map on our plan up in the upper right-hand corner, if that helps.
Caitlin here. Jim, is this what you were talking about? The
Yes.
location map on the.
Jim Preddy, Marcy, see where the S turn is there? I believe somewhere in there it changes.
Okay, for the first portion from Leeds Island, Marcy Paluzzi here, before the road bends, the road is wide enough near Watrous, and then the lower half by Thimble Islands, it narrows. Is that my understanding?
Jim Preddy, I believe when you get to that first, if you're coming in off of Leeds Island Road, you get to where it takes that left-hand bend, somewhere in there. I'm not sure exactly where, but if you're out there, it certainly doesn't feel like a town road anymore.
Yeah, okay. I think I know the entrance from the Thimble Island side, and its sight lines are very difficult. I think, is that the intersection that they were saying was difficult from a traffic standpoint?
Jim Preddy, I'm not sure. All the roads down here are fairly small old roads that none of them are perfect sight lines. But I'm not sure which end they were talking about.
Okay. Leeds Island side.
But again, to be clear that, we're not adding any more traffic than we would have with a 4-bedroom single family home.
Charles Anders, Chair. One of the questions that was brought up were the water problems and the drainage, and that there was concern that this would make it worse. Have you done drainage calculations? Has the town engineer looked at this? Is this going to increase the offsite runoff from what exists now?
Jim Preddy, Chuck, as I've said, I don't think we're affecting the drainage in Howard Avenue at all. Most of the site slopes toward the back, and we're handling the roof runoff with some galleys in the back. The curb cut isn't even changing. The front lawn will remain lawn once the septic's put in. So I don't know how we'd really be changing anything. We slope away from Howard Avenue, so I don't know how we'd be changing anything in Howard Avenue.
And Chuck Anders chair. And so if the drainage goes towards the back, even the driveway area, the suggestion was perhaps there's more impervious surface. That's
at
what
which
I took away
point
from it.
we'll have a lot of
And
cash
therefore
on
there'd be
hand
more volume generated
to further review ongoing benefit payments.
Down. And your suggestion is that nothing will drain towards Howard Avenue, it all drains towards the rear.
Yeah, Jim Purdy, it slopes away from Howard Avenue there, yes.
Stay in U.S. equities.
Okay.
I have Marcy Pelisi, another
You hear his
question.
question?
I'm just looking at
I
the
did not. Can you
satellite
repeat that,
image
please?
for 8 Howard Avenue, and it looks like there's
He's
a
asking
number of
about U.S.
mature
equities
trees.
versus any
Can you
foreign
elaborate a little bit
equity
on
markets.
what trees are going to be
You want to
impacted
restate that?
by this?
That was his question.
Yes, so
I'm just looking
at this
on the
time, we would
aerial, and
continue
it's
to
just
index
completely
across
green
U.S. as well as the
with the
international
trees,
exposure
and
that we
I'm
have,
just not clear from your drawing.
utilizing the
which
same
existing
index
trees. I
funds
see
that we've
one
been
by the
utilizing.
driveway. I see another one at the opposite side, and maybe a pine tree. But I'm trying to understand why the trees at the back. Well, I'm not seeing any. Well, I see the tree line at the back, but your drawing shows that it's in an open area already, and does that tree line extend that far into the property?
The Jim Purdy, it really does. I mean, that you can see on the kind of in the background there's some stone walls and things, and there's like a patio area there and some lawn area and a fire pit. Those are open. I mean, it's lawn there. It's not, the trees are on the edges pretty much here.
Right, the aerial just is showing me otherwise, so it's a little hard to. You don't have any pictures of the site?
There were a couple pictures taken from the street side. If you flip pages, Caitlin.
Oh, okay.
So that one that's in the middle, in this picture, is on the right edge of the screen. It's kind of in the middle of the lawn.
Okay.
That one will have to come down for the septic system. But the the ones that, I don't know if the picture goes far enough. The next picture, the ones to the right of the driveway along the property lines, the really big ones won't be coming down.
Right, so you're Marcy Pelisi here. So you're basically taking the house plan and then adding to the right side between the house and the existing driveway.
Yes.
And filling
There is
that
that.
area visually.
So
those two
Jim
trees
Preddy
are
again.
gonna go.
Jim Preddy again, you can see there's right where the driveway bends, there's a tree there that'll have to come down. Right there, yeah.
Yeah, and then the one to the left, Marcy Pelisi here by the car. See where the car,
Yeah, I can't tell if that's
that
behind
tree
or
by
not.
the.
If it's far enough
in the-
back, no.
How about the tree at the bend of the driveway on the back side of the driveway? Isn't that where the garage is going? Oh, on the back of the driveway, top of the screen, up.
Yeah, I think there is, Jim Preddy, I think there is that pine tree and another tree there, yes.
Did you note the sizes on the site plan? It would be nice to know the sizes of the trees that are being impacted.
I didn't, the pine tree is relatively small, as you can see. The
Right.
the one next to it, if memory serves, was like a 14-inch tree. I think there were oaks there too. There was a lot of acorns in the back.
Thank you.
Charles Anders, Chair. Are there other questions from commission members?
Joe Vayuso, what you said
the house, the size of the house was 1,500 square feet per unit? Or just total?
No, the footprint of the house, sorry, Jim Preddy, Criscola Engineering, the footprint of the house, the box is 32 by 42 with a couple little bump outs. So, you know, it's about 1,500 square feet, but it's 2 floors. So each unit ends up with about 1,500 square feet. Yeah.
And how many bedrooms total?
Two on each side. So there's 4 bedrooms.
Marcy Paluzzi again. How big is the existing house?
Jim Preddy, you could kind of see the footprint in the plan. It's roughly half of that footprint, a little more than half. Front to back, it's longer, but it's narrow because it's a Quonset hut.
And it's a single story?
Yes.
So it's about 1,500 square, it's about 750 square feet, 800 square feet, half of the 1,500? Is that safe to say?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Jim Preddy, again, we are allowed 25% lot coverage here, and this lot is almost 20,000 square feet. So that's almost a 5,000 square foot footprint could be built here.
Okay. Charles Anders, Chair. Any other questions from commission members? Paul, did you have a question or comment?
Not at this time.
Okay. Ms. Preddy, here's the, in listening, I put like the concerns I had in 4 categories, listening to the public. One was the issue of drainage. And even looking, I was clear, you said it drains towards the back. You don't think it's going to be an issue, but even looking at some of those pictures, it looked like maybe some of the front seemed to be draining towards the Howard Avenue. I don't know. That was just a concern. One was drainage. The second was the whole issue of the public-private road, and the fact that the private portion of the road seems to be not maintained, although frankly, I'm not sure what that has to do with this application, although other than the extent the claim was it would provide more traffic and perhaps complicate it. The third issue, which is one which frankly I didn't realize there's very much of concern. It's a character of the neighborhood issue. That the claim is that all the other houses are single family, small, and now you're putting something that doesn't fit in. Frankly, I would like to take a look at the neighborhood better. I understand your points. Your points is, hey, we could, as of right, put in a single family that's bigger than the 2 family that we're proposing. That's your response to that. But I'm not comfortable voting this evening because I'd just like to get a better sense of that. There seem to be a lot of, at least, both written and oral concern, all of which raise that as an issue. And then the last one I heard was, and that's the one I tried to mention earlier, but when I jotted down, is the concern that when you put the septic system in, it may impact a tree on the neighboring property. If I understood that right, maybe I got it wrong. And I think that was Mr. Alderman who said that. And I don't know. So the question I have is, my suggestion would be that we don't vote on this. We allow the commission to take a look at the property. I don't know what commission members think. Do you think that's a good idea? And then if that is a good idea, do we close the public hearing and just do it and we can look on our own, or do you want to keep the public hearing open? In case you'd look at it and have more questions for the applicant. That's what I'm thinking. So with that, I will open up to other members of the commission. What are your thoughts?
Joe Chadwick speaking. I would be in favor of holding the item open and providing the applicant with the opportunity to demonstrate the math, how this is not going to be harmful, and do this sort of neighborhood comforting that may be required. There's clearly a neighborhood opposition, and I would be hard pressed to support something with this level of neighborhood opposition. The math and the facts that Jim Preddy presented were true. And I just think that the applicant and the neighbors deserve an opportunity to maybe come to the point. I don't know if it's possible, but I think by giving this some extra time, that might be a reasonable thing to expect.
Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Joe. Other members of the commission have thoughts?
John Lust, Commissioner. I wouldn't be opposed to closing the hearing and having the commission go down and look at the property and look at the issues that were brought up and discuss it as a commission. And just, I don't know. You know, I'm concerned with some of the tree loss on the property, especially with water problems. I think we should consider, you know, possibly a planting plan for the property and things like that. But I think we'd all get a better feeling for it if, as a commission, we look at the property.
Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, John. Other members, Marcy?
Yeah, I concur with John. I very much want to drive down there and just get a sense of how much space. I mean, the photographs make it look quite spacious. I can somewhat visualize what they're proposing, and I know the construction and look of the building would be lovely. I just don't have a sense of the perimeter properties, and I really would like Jim to notate the size of the trees that are going to be impacted on the plan so we can get a true count. And, you know, and that would be helpful to me to really understand what the impacts are as a result of the development.
Can I make a request?
Charles Anders, Chair. Yes, Jim, what are you suggesting?
Can we keep the public hearing open only because if you're going to suggest certain plantings, it should probably be a conversation. And my other suggestion is that we can go down there and somehow flag the trees that we think are going to come down so that when you go by, you at least have a better sense for on the ground what we're thinking of and plan.
Okay, Charles Anders, Chair. Sure, that makes sense. Any other members? So it sounds like the applicant's request, and it makes sense. If we visit the site, we may have questions, so we should probably keep the public hearing open in case we come up with, yeah, we may, I'm sure Marcy will come up with some questions, right? So, anyone else, any other members of the commission have any thoughts or comments?
Chuck, this is Paul Higgins. My biggest concern with this is the character of the neighborhood. I just think a two-family in the middle of a one-family dwelling neighborhood, I'm leaning against. That's all I can say.
Sure. Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Paul. Great. Does anyone else have any comments?
No value, so I concur with Jim. I like to keep it open, and I like to take a ride myself and see what the neighborhood looks like.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So we have we can then continue this matter as a public hearing, and I would say, Jim, you know, don't discount what Joe said. That if the hearing is open, you may have an opportunity to speak. There may be, sure enough, you may not get everything, but there is, for example, this tree issue about, is the septic going to harm my tree? I mean, that's something you ought to be able to find out. And maybe everyone loves your client, from what I could tell. So maybe you can get him out there and you can talk as a neighborhood, because it sounds like everyone respects them. They're just concerned about this. So it's just an opportunity during this next 2 weeks. So,
okay.
So our next public hearing date is, I believe, June 4th. Is that correct, Harry? Does that make sense?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. Yes, it's June 4th.
Okay, so then what we'll do then is we'll continue item number 3, the 8 Howard Avenue, to our public hearing on June 4th. So thank you, everyone who's attending on that.
Thank you.
With that, then, we are past 8 o'clock, so we can go back to item number 2, which is Sound Development Group, 1151 West Main Street, the special exception coastal site plan, a new bank and grocery store, and associated grading and earth movement, otherwise known as the Aldi application. Is the applicant ready to proceed on that one?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. I'm looking for Mr. Nuff.
He's raising his hand, so bet we can unmute him.
Can you handle that, Caitlin? I can't find him right now. There he is. Okay. I got him.
Thank you, Harry. Evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is John Nuff. I'm an attorney with an office at 147 Broad Street in Milford. And I'm here tonight on behalf of Sound Development Group, LLC, which is the contract purchaser of the subject parcel at 1151 West Main Street. As you noted, there are 3 applications before you this evening. A site plan application for a retail building of less than 20,000 square feet, which is a permitted use subject to section 4.8.A.2 of your regulations, and for a bank, which is also a permitted use pursuant to 4.8.C.3 of your regs. There's also a special exception application for grading and earth removal under section 6.8 and a coastal site plan application pursuant to section 9.7. The subject property consists of 6.3 acres. It's in the local business zone, and the purpose of that zone is to accommodate commercial functions, including retail uses and bank, which we're proposing. I'm sure you're all extremely familiar with the property. It's the end of Commercial Parkway and the connector, and certainly qualifies as a high-profile site. The property has had a number of uses over the years, including a quarry and car dealerships, and has been vacant, underutilized, and unsightly for many years. And in fact, it is also a transfer act site due to the former auto body operations, along with other environmental impacts. The property also has significant wetlands and unusual topographical and geotechnical challenges. The fact that it has taken this long to bring forward a viable application is a testament to the site's extremely difficult conditions. And that's why we're particularly pleased to propose a 19,000 square foot Aldi supermarket and a 3,300 square foot Chase Bank. So we have a total of approximately 22,000 square feet on 6 acres. So it's a very modest development for the proposal. On top of overcoming all the challenges, it's also highly unusual in the current environment to propose any new retail. So if you combine, the challenges that the market is proposing, as well as the challenges for the site itself, miraculous may be a bit of an overstatement, but let's just say it took a lot of effort and diligence to make this application come together. And as a result, at the end of the day, assuming the application is approved, you'll have an extremely attractive, fully landscaped site that is consistent with and acknowledges the site's gateway location. I think gateway is an often overused term, but I think it's entirely appropriate here, and it'll be certainly taking that into account. You'll end up with 2 extremely well-respected tenants that will serve the Branford community. You'll have a fully remediated transfer act site. You'll have a site that provides significant wetland mitigation, replacing low-quality wetlands with high-function, high-value wetlands. And as a result, it was approved by the Wetland Commission last week. We will be including a state-of-the-art stormwater treatment where currently none exists, and also that system complies with all the town's requirements as to reducing both the rate and total runoff from our property. The use generates a modest amount of traffic, and perhaps most importantly, it puts the property back on the tax rolls in a very meaningful manner. And as a result, we received the support of the Branford Economic Development Commission, and we also received a letter of support from our neighboring condominium. So there's a few procedural items I have before I introduce the team. We have received some comments, I think yesterday or today, that Harry forwarded, and so we'll be responding to those more fully between now and the next meeting on June 4th, but we'll be alluding to those during the presentation tonight. I provided certificates of mailing electronically to Harry, sending notices to all of our neighboring properties, including every member of the condominium association next door. And as I noted, we have approval from the Inland Wetland Commission last Thursday after a very rigorous process that we started last fall. We're very grateful that the Wetland Commission approved the application, but more importantly, I think you should know that our plans were the subject of intense scrutiny by a team of outside engineers and consultants. And I don't say that by way of complaint. In fact, we welcome their inputs. But a number of important elements of the project have been the subject of their review and ultimate approval including stormwater treatment, the manner of wetland creation for water quality functions, all of our erosion and sedimentation controls, how and where we stockpile soils, the remediation of impacted soils, the use of native plant material and stream channel protection. So that's certainly relevant to the special exception application for grading, but also it's a way of saying that a lot of thought and care and investments have gone into develop this proposal to develop these very challenging sites. So, and I just want to note that while this is a public hearing, it is a special exception for grading that has led this to a public hearing, because the other two applications, the site plan, the coastal site plan, certainly do not necessitate a public hearing. So the team that's going to be presenting before you this evening is Tim Myjack, who's an LEP with BL Companies, John Schmitz, a professional engineer from BL, Mike Shepley, who is our traffic engineer, and Wayne Violet, who is our landscape architect. So while this is a little bit unusual, I'm going to have Tim Myjack, who's our LEP, just give a brief rundown of what the condition of the property, because I think it's important to fully understand the challenges that we're facing and the existing environmental condition of the site. So Tim.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me okay? Good. Good. My name is Tim Myjack. I work for BL Companies out of the 355 Research Parkway, Meriden, Connecticut office. What does that mean? I'm a licensed environmental professional. That means I'm accredited by the state of Connecticut to investigate, design remedial strategies, and oversee remediation of environmentally impacted regulated sites. So what do we have here? Well, we have a site that since the late 1950s, early 1960s, was an automobile repair facility that also did auto body work. Somewhere in or around 1995, 1996, those operations ceased, and the property has been pretty much vacant since. The buildings and structures that were on the property previous were taken down around 1995, 1996. Folks at BL Companies, including myself, have been involved with this site since the late 1990s, doing investigation activities to support redevelopment activities. So we're not new to this site. The site is regulated in that when it changes hands, it will enter into the Connecticut Transfer Act. In doing so, it is required that the site follows through with complete investigation, remedial design, and demonstration of compliance with the state standards. Now, to date, many of those activities have already occurred in conjunction with the planned redevelopment activities. Between 2018 and 2000, and current, there was an updated phase 1, a phase 2, a phase 3, an updated conceptual site model, and a remedial strategy designed to support the proposed development activities. There's been an additional 42 borings, 6 groundwater monitoring wells, and over 30 test pits conducted across the site. So what did we find? Well, when the property was demolished back in 1995, 1996, the majority of what I would call the significant environmental impacts were actually remediated. These were from previous underground storage tanks on the property. What we didn't find more recently, between 2018 and 2020, was significant environmental impacts associated with the actual garage or auto body type activities. What we did find was urban fill that contained asphalt, just like, small fragments that were brought into, the fill was brought into the property, and environmental impacts associated with the urban fill, including low-level hydrocarbons and polyaromatic hydrocarbons. These type of constituents are exactly what's in the fill and exactly what we found in the soil. So what does that mean? Well, the state of Connecticut, the Department of Environmental Protection, highly regulates these sites because it will enter into the Transfer Act. For soil environmental impacts, we have to comply with both the direct exposure criteria and the pollutant mobility criteria. Specific to fill that's impacted with asphalt, there's an exemption to the pollutant mobility criteria. John, do we want to bring up the figure a little bit? Do we have that? Can't hear you, John.
Caitlin, it's John Duff. Tim is referring to John Schmitz. I don't know if you have the ability to share your screen with John Schmitz.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So I'll keep going, and if we can bring that figure up, that'd be great. If not, I'll explain. So what we found was soil mixed with asphalt, okay? Now, most of the detections and places we identified this soil mixed with asphalt, the concentrations were actually below the state regulated standards. But in a few areas, we did actually find exceedances of the state standards, particularly with this asphalt impacted fill. Now, the state allows different types of remedial strategies. Remediation in the eyes of the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection does not necessarily mean just dig it up. We're allowed to use what's called institutional controls. We could reuse environmentally impacted material on the site, render it inaccessible and or potentially environmentally isolated, and file an environmental land use restriction acknowledging the reuse and placement of such material on the site. So material on the site does not necessarily have to be dug up and removed from the property. Now, with this site development, there will be a certain portion of material that will be dug up, and it'll likely be unsuitable geotechnically and or need to be taken off the property, likely because it's unsuitable due to geotechnical purposes rather than environmental impacts. So during the construction process, these type of things will be monitored. There's been a remedial action plan prepared and submitted around the proposed development activities to the town already. So with that, the environmental impacts on the site, like I said, are highly regulated. When the property transfers, a clock starts ticking. The beauty of this is no one's going to want to sit around and wait for the 8 years to clean up what is essentially asphalt impacted soil. The development's going to occur fairly quickly. So with that, a licensed environmental professional like myself is going to oversee the remediation, which will include partial source removal, some soils leaving the site, but also some of this asphalt impacted material being reused on the site. Why would we want to remove asphalt impacted material to put it directly under asphalt again? The state allows us to do that. So with that, we have not found anything to date that indicates the environmental impacts, the asphalt impacted soil particularly, is impacting groundwater. But after we finish the remedial activities, which will be conducted in conjunction with the redevelopment of the site, we will monitor the site activities. We will monitor groundwater in anticipation of a licensed environmental professional, myself, rendering a final verification to the state of Connecticut that the site was investigated and remediated in compliance with their standards. So this site, staying undeveloped, has a higher risk to human health and the environment than the proposed development activities, because the proposed development activities will trigger the requirement to comply with state standards, to comply with remediation, to comply with rendering soils inaccessible and protecting human health and the environment.
Thanks, Tim. Our next presenter is our professional engineer, John Schmitz.
Someone talking.
It's ready. We can see you speaking, but we can't hear you, and it doesn't appear as if you are muted on the screen, but.
Caitlin or Harry, can we check on this?
I am checking right now, Harry Smith. I don't believe he's muted.
Yeah, Caitlin here. I don't see that he's muted, so.
John, could you try calling in? If you can hear us, try calling in the number.
Yeah, call in.
I'll
See you
call.
hold your phone up, yeah.
Hey, Smitty, if you can just nod yes or no if you're going to be calling in.
John? Hi, it's Harry. So let me give you the phone numbers to call in and the meeting and all that stuff. Uh, 646-558-86. Yep, 8656. Let me look for you. So you were in under your phone as well? I got calling user. I don't think that's you. And then, okay, what's the last four of your phone number? Your cell phone? You call, or whatever number you called in on. All right, I don't see it here. Okay, you re-entering through Zoom? Yes. Oh, okay. Same here, yeah. There was no indication you were muted or even unmuted. It just didn't read at all. So. All right, let's just see if you can do it on the phone. I mean, you can do it on the computer if you have any audio.
Harry, Caitlin here. I just admitted him in.
Okay. All right, you're in the meeting.
Hey, Caitlin here again. You may want to call him back. He's not connected through computer audio. There's no option to unmute him.
Okay.
Can I close this door?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah, close it.
It's really loud.
Okay, close it. Yeah, that's good. Sorry. No, I'm fine.
Harry Smith again. I think he's trying to call in. It doesn't appear he's connecting with either audio or visual, though he's got a box. When I got him, I just got a mute or unmute on him. I just unmuted you. John, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I don't know what was going on.
Now we can see you. Okay, great.
Awesome. All right, well, sorry for that. Live TV.
Do you need to screen while you're?
Yes, I'm just gonna reshare.
Okay, great.
So I'll just start up again where we're at, the existing site plan where we're at today. This is the existing site plan rendered today. It's approximately 9 acres in total size. The orientation for this plan, I think everybody's familiar with it. Route 1 is along the bottom of the page. So north would be facing toward the bottom of the page. You see to the right-hand side is the Branford connector, entrance and exit at this location, signalized intersection. Mill Creek is at this location along the site, which flows through the site and under the railroad, Amtrak railroad right-of-way. The right-of-way runs along our east and south boundary. We also have another traffic signal at this location, which is directly opposite West Main Street and Commercial Parkway. We have an existing curb cut at that location for that signal. And then we also have additional properties, residential properties along our eastern boundary. That would be the Rockledge Condominium Association. The site is currently undeveloped. It has been disturbed through the years. There's 3 main wetland areas on the property. One at the back of the site, south end by Home Place. Another was actually deemed a water course, oddly enough, but a water course centrally located in the middle of the site. And then again, the blue area, which would be Mill Creek, which is flowing south toward the sound. It comes through 3 pipes that go underneath I-9 or go underneath Amtrak right away, and then out into the stream, eventually reaching 109 Sound. CVS is located further off to the side from us, and again, Commercial Parkway across from us, commuter parking lot, again, across from us to the north. Based on zoning, when we take out the wetlands and we take out the steep slopes, we're down to about 6 acres of land. I'll flip over to the, this plan is the CAM 1 plan, Coastal Area Management Plan. As Attorney Nuff indicated, we have a coastal area management application in front of you. And what we've done is to look at the coastal resources based on the Connecticut DEP mapping. And within the CAM zone, our entire site and the surrounding properties are in a shoreland district. They're designated as shorelands. On the other side of the right-of-way, Amtrak right-of-way, is an area designated as F, which is a freshwater wetland and undesignated tidal wetlands. So as you can see, we have no direct waterfront with the property. We have no direct access to the waterfront from the property, and we are shorelands, and we're not a water-dependent use as we don't have direct waterfront access. With regards to the site plan, again, we have 2 main uses on the property. One would be a proposed bank at this location, a 3,300 square foot bank, Chase Bank, and then a proposed Aldi's grocer at this location, which is approximately 19,210 square feet. Access to the site is again via the existing curb cut, which will be modified at the traffic signal from West Main Street. Traffic would enter the site at the centrally located driveway and then can access the bank or Aldi's at this location. I just point out that we are showing a couple of cars queued to the side of Chase Bank. There is no drive-through proposed. There will be an ATM where people can drive up to the ATM, but there's no bank window, no direct access like a standard drive-up teller. It's just an ATM. Total parking on site proposed is 123 parking spaces. Based on the code, there's a minimum and maximum number that's computed for the grocer. Total minimum parking that we would need to provide is 98 parking spaces, and the maximum we could go up to is 175 parking spaces. So we're providing 123 with this location, this development. Again, along Route 1, there are sidewalks today. We're going to be extending sidewalks along the frontage of the site, connecting them to the development. We're bringing sidewalk onto the site that services both the bank as well as Aldi's. Loading for the Aldi's will be on this side, the railroad side of the building, furthest away from the residential, which is further off to the left on this sheet. Now I'll flip to this is just a truck turning plan that was included in the set, just showing how trucks will access the loading dock at Aldi's. They can enter the site, maneuver around, back into the loading dock, and then similarly pull forward to leave and then exit the site again at the signalized intersection. With regards to grading and drainage, there are two main drainage points on the property. One is to the rear, which would be to the south end where the wetlands is near Home Place, and then the other is Mill Creek. The topography on the site varies drastically. From the low point at Mill Creek up to the central wetlands is about 20 to 25 feet grade difference, and then there's actually a ridge line that runs approximately where we're showing our match line. There's a ridge there that's even 20 feet higher, and water from the south end of that ridge line runs to the south to the wetlands and then eventually off to the Amtrak right-of-way. And water on the north side, for the most part, runs toward Mill Creek. What we've done with the design is try to mimic existing drainage patterns and continue the runoff patterns as they already exist today. With regards to how we're treating the stormwater runoff, we'll be collecting runoff via catch basins that are located throughout the site and picking that up, conveying it down to an underground chamber system that will be located at this location. Prior to the runoff entering that system, we'll have the runoff go through a cascade model hydrodynamic separator, which is designed to remove 80% total suspended solids. Runoff then enters into the system. There's an infiltration component to the system, which means it's open bottom. It's very similar to a septic system with open bottom chambers. So runoff will infiltrate into the ground, which is another way for us to clean the runoff. Where we're at today with the system, we've looked at the 2-year, the 10, 25, and 100-year storm. We are reducing the peak rate of runoff for all of those storms, and we're also reducing the volume amount. We're doing that by infiltrating the water into the ground and creating enough volume and space where we're holding that. We're also holding the water quality volume. So when we talk about the first 1 inch of runoff, first 1 inch of rain that hits on the site that's collected into the system, that runoff will actually be infiltrated back into the ground, which, given how close we are to Mill Creek, will eventually work its way through the groundwater table and get into Mill Creek. With regards to some of the utilities, obviously Route 1 has all the utilities that we need. Everything's already there currently. I will draw your attention, and since the site was already previously developed, there are some laterals to the existing site. I will draw your attention to the fact that there is a sanitary line that cuts across the front portion of the site, approximately in this location. There's a sanitary line comes across here. There's an easement for that sanitary line, and then it continues south in this direction. It parallels the creek, and then cuts under the flowing south, cuts under Amtrak right away, again following the existing stormwater culverts. We've already made an application to Branford WPCA. We've had a meeting with them, and currently we are awaiting the beginning of a sewer capacity study, which town's consultant's going to be doing. So we'll be back in front of WPCA in another month, and hopefully before long we'll have results to that study and a better understanding of our proposed connection. With regards to erosion control, all the plans, I'll just point out 2 quick things with erosion control. We've kind of split it up so that it's a phased erosion control plan. So what that means is that we're looking at a 2-step process for erosion control as well as for grading and site development. And part of the reason for that is because when we went through inland wetlands, we're filling roughly 9,000 square feet of wetlands. And we're going to be mitigating that disturbance by creating 20,000 square feet of new wetlands. That mitigation area will be adjacent to the existing wetlands, which is a higher functioning wetlands to the south end of the site. That's represented on this plan by the hatched area. So under the wetlands approval, we're required to construct the mitigation area before we're allowed to proceed with other development on site. So the first step would be to come into this area, the south end, and excavate out the area, get down to where we need to be with the grades, and then build it back up with some loam, make sure that we're near the water table where we need to be, and it'll be planted with various wetland plantings to create a mitigation area. Obviously, the plantings have to go in seasonally. We can't plant plants in the middle of the winter. So ideally, if work were to proceed, or if things moved along quickly enough, there's a possibility that the mitigation could happen this fall. If not, that mitigation would happen in the spring. Once that process is completed, then we will be able to move forward. Once wetlands kind of gives us the thumbs up that the mitigation area has been created, then we'll be able to work on the north end of the site where the development contains the buildings and the parking. So the main issue with this area, again, is based on the topography. In order to create pads for these buildings, we need to do some extensive earthwork out here and provide a rock cut. So we have a rock cut that, let's see if I can sketch on here. We have a rock cut in this location here. I'm highlighting in red. It creates an area for us to create a level pad for the development. The rock cut, we had GZA, the geotechnical engineer. We submitted copies of the geotechnical reports as appendices to the stormwater report, and they kind of highlight a lot of the geotech work that was done, the borings and the rock cores that were done. So what we're doing here is proposing a 5 to 12 slope for the rock. So 5 feet of horizontal for every 12 feet of vertical. It's a little flatter than I think what's allowed them to code, but based on what they saw, that's what we're looking at. The maximum cut, or the maximum height of the wall will be back in this corner, the south end, where it's going to be about 13 feet, 14 feet high. At the ends of both ends of the rock cut, obviously it'll be nothing. There is a 6 foot wide rock catch proposed at the bottom of the rock cut. That is so that the safety measure, so that if in the future any loose particles or any loose pieces of rock come loose, they will slide down the rock face and ideally get caught in the rock catch and don't proceed. So the catch is actually, it's almost, think of a drainage ditch. It's a ditch basically at the base of the rock cut that's there for safety purposes. And again, with the erosion control, we comply with the Connecticut erosion control guidelines for sedimentation erosion control. We would have a anti-tracking apron at the front of the site, temporary stockpiles, as well as temporary sediment traps during construction to handle stormwater while the site is under construction. That's kind of a quick run through of the site plans. What I'm going to do is turn things over to Mike Shepley, who's going to give a brief rundown of the traffic analysis that he had put together. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop sharing and let Mike show you the slides that he's put together for the traffic.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Harry Smith.
Great.
We cannot see you though. Oh, there we are. Okay.
No, I don't have video, unfortunately. Can you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So, my name is Mike Shepley. I work out of the BL's Meriden office. I'm a licensed professional engineer here in Connecticut. I'm also a professional traffic operator, TOE for short. I actually have a lot of actually have a lot of experience in this corridor. I prepared the South Central Regional Council of Governments report for the Branford Connector Corridor Study. I've been working in the area for like the last 5 years, actually. And I know the board is aware of the zoning change that just occurred on Commercial Parkway. I was also involved with that traffic analysis as well, and currently in DOT's hands. Not mentioned before by John, but Mike Dion is also on the call. He's just here to answer any questions and help me out a little bit. So just for project understanding, as Schmitty and or John Schmitz and John Nuff went over before, the 19,200 square foot Aldi supermarket, and also a Chase Bank. Now, it may say drive-in bank here. The reason we're calling it a drive-in bank is because it's the closest ITE land use code we could use. A little bit later on, I'm going to explain a little bit more about what I mean by land use code. But because of the ATM drive-up, this was more close to that instead of using a walk-in bank. So before we could do all our traffic analysis, we have to actually go out and collect the data. Now, since we did the Branford Connector Corridor Study, I actually used the counts from that, collected in 2017. We used the ones for starting in the west near Coles at Short Beach Road, then at Branford Connector, and then the Commercial Parkway and the Site Drive, and then finally at the Starbucks and Route 146 there. So for this type of development, the largest amount of traffic that's created during the PM commuter rush hour and during the Saturday shopping peak hours. That's what we used in our analysis. We also did some field inventory when we were out there, took some pictures, took the lane arrangements, roadway geometry. And then finally, just to make sure our counts really represent what's out there, we went to the Connecticut Department of Transportation's website. They have readily available automatic traffic reporting data. Basically, they put out tubes on the road, pneumatic tube counters, and they just they count traffic all the time. So we can just make sure our turning movement counts are representing like the summer peak, which is what we actually set up. So we seasonally adjust our counts to make sure they represent what's actually going on out there. So with all that information collected, we could actually perform our operations analysis. So what I did is I grew out the volumes to the build year or the horizon year of 2021. And on top of that horizon year, we also add more traffic called the background traffic, which represents anything that's developing in the area. That will be what we call our no-build traffic scenario. From there, we then put on top of that no-build scenario the generated trips from our site, which we use the ITE Trip Generation Manual 10th edition, which is the latest one, and our build scenario. So what we do is we compared our no-build with the build scenario. So this is just the actual generations that we have for this development. I'll just highlight the net new trips there during the PM evening rush hour and 301 during the Saturday shopping period. So with our no build and build scenarios developed, we then put these into Synchro, which is our traffic analysis program. It's the industry standard. What Synchro does, it uses methods of the Highway Capacity Manual, which the Highway Capacity Manual is a federally standardized document. And what's in the Highway Capacity Manual is something called levels of service. Now, levels of service is a letter grade that's based off of total delay in the intersection. And it's assigned a letter grade from A being the best, of course, and F. So on the next few slides here, I have just our traffic operations are occurring along the corridor. There's a lot of numbers here. And really what I want to just emphasize to everyone here is that the most significant impact to traffic is actually at the intersection of Commercial Parkway and the site driveway. And we actually have mitigation measures we're putting in place to make sure that we are taking care of those and alleviating those issues. If you look at the bottom of the screen there, you'll see a couple E's at the driveway. And this is just a continuation of the PM peak hour. This is Saturday. It's the same Most of the corridor is acting, it's fine, except for the site driveway and commercial parkway. So our mitigation for traffic in the area is actually first propose a right turn lane on the northbound or eastbound side of Route 1. That should help alleviate queues on Route 1 eastbound. And then in the opposite direction, we are proposing to lengthen the left turn lane as much as we can. It's actually existing out there right now. And because it's so close to the Starbucks left-hand turn, we don't really want to affect that as much. So we're extending that out as much as we possibly can. And then just to show what the lane arrangement is, John Schmidt before, he did show there that was a left turn out of the driveway to go westbound or southbound on Route 1, and then there's a through right lane to go north on Commercial Parkway and to east on eastbound Route 1. So with that, I'll hand it over to, I think Wayne is going to be taking over now, so I'll stop my share.
That's Wayne Violet, our landscape architect.
We need to unmute him.
Hello, good evening, all. My name is Wayne Violet, Senior Landscape Architect, BL Companies. Thanks for everyone's patience. Very exciting presentation. If I can, do I have the ability to share my screen?
Yes, you do.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. All right. So again, Wayne Violet. I'm going to give everyone's eyes a break here. We're not going to look at any black and white plans or tables or things that way. I'm going to walk folks through a little bit of a taste of what the site is going to look like. I have a few illustrations that show from Route 1, Aldi's, Bank, the landscape, just to give you a little bit of a flavor. Once I do that, I'll talk a little bit about just basic architectural elements, and then I'll get into some of the landscape architectural elements of the site. So this first view, which you see on the screen there, and I'll move my little, there we go. The first view is obviously Route 1 northbound. The Aldi's is there in the background with the parking lot. In the foreground is the existing kind of wetland system just off of the road. Second view is as we get closer to the proposed drive entryway into the development site. Background, you see the Aldi's, the Chase Bank on the left. You're seeing a large foreground element of lawn area with some trees. That kind of represents the wide right-of-way and area in the front. So although this is an illustration, you know, the buildings will appear set back, and we are proposing that lawn area towards the front. View number 3, slightly different than the last, a little bit further up Route 1. And again, just to point out that, and you'll see with the landscape plan, we attempt to utilize canopy trees and trees throughout the site to allow some views in from a retail space that's very important, but to also kind of create a interesting place, which is also necessary. And you see some of the architectural elements. We're going to get into the elevations here in a second to see a little bit of how the architecture sits on the land, scale-wise, how it might appear from Route 1. Moving first to architectural elevations of the Aldi's, and I'm going to zoom in so you may see the screen bounce a little bit, but it's okay. We're getting there. So this top elevation is the front elevation, the view from Route 1. The facade, and I should say this up front, I am not an architect, but I do appreciate materials as a landscape architect and things that way. So I just thought I would highlight a few materials that pop out to me. One, the facade is made up of brick as well as fiber cement cladding. That's what you'd see kind of around the entrance and above the larger scale windows there in the center. That's that cladding piece. Metal trim work around the Aldi's logo, as well as horizontal details at the entryway. And again, I'll just put down different views that we have. This side elevation, which is the third one on the sheet, faces the parking lot, which I guess would be to the eastern facade, to the parking lot side. So it gives you a little bit of a sense of what the architectural elements would look like for the Aldi's. Moving to the Chase Bank, these are two cross sections. There's two sheets to this. The bottom cross section, or the bottom elevation, is the east elevation. There's essentially three very dressed up sides to the Chase Bank. The top elevation being the rear elevation, only one of the sides, the short side. The facade is made up of fiber cement panels, which you'll see in that kind of brownish, tannish color. Those are actually intended to have the appearance of wood, different types of wood, which really can be pretty fresh and clean and very modern, which is really nice. A lot of glass that you see on the front facade, as well as some stonework on the right-hand side. So again, a little bit of a flavor of what the architectural is going to look like for not only the Aldi's, but the Chase Bank. And again, similar features, clean lines, simple materials, pretty clean and classy. So again, just a highlight view tour of the architectural elements. Now to get into the landscape plan, I'm going to walk through a few items, and I think I might start with the landscape plan and zone compliance. I'm going to hit certain comments that I know are recently received by our team as I walk through the plan. So again, zooming in, because I think it's much easier to see that way. One of the first comments and first things that we want to address for kind of a landscape is the kind of front yard appearance. What does this look like from Route 1? And actually, that was one of the comments we had received as well about attempting to comply with the frontage. And first being, there needs to be a 7.5 feet landscape strip along the front property line. We do comply with that regulation. And we just wanted to point out that we'll make that very clear on the landscape plan, that compliance, that 7.5 feet comes from half of the required setback of 15 feet. Our plans currently represent that distance. We'll certainly just note it on the plan so it's very clear. Second comment as it relates to the kind of front landscaping, again, about how does this appear, is the requirement of front landscape canopy trees. John Schmitz had pointed out earlier in his presentation, one of our challenges along the front of the site, on the site, is that we have a sanitary easement running along the front of the site. We are showing graphically about 6 to 8 trees in that front yard. We are working with our full civil team to make sure we locate those trees outside of the easement so we comply with the regulations, but we're also not creating utility conflict. Another comment that had come in that we just wanted to recognize was the buffering. Buffering adjacent to residential uses that neighbor the site. And so we currently, per landscape plan, are showing a fairly robust buffer along the eastern facade or eastern lot line, which is just to the left on the screen, just to the left of the Chase Bank. That is a slope down to our parking area. So at the very top of the slope, we're proposing a mixed variety evergreen buffer that's beyond the 5-foot requirement. And that contains everything from, dry tolerant species, eastern red cedar, white spruce, and we've even mixed in some American hollies amongst that proposed evergreen buffer. The other evergreen buffer we wanted to mention, or the other buffer we wanted to mention, is on kind of the rear side of Aldi's, which is just to the right of Aldi's. And we are again proposing a mixed evergreen buffer in that area where we suspect there'll be some views into the back of the Aldi site. And to mitigate that, we're proposing the plantings that we're showing here on this landscape plan. Again, eastern red cedars, American hollies, and spruces. A comment and a zoning requirement for commercial uses is the need for planting bed space around the proposed buildings. Not a concern and shown right now for the Chase Bank. For the proposed Aldi's, we currently show greater than 25% required perimeter space to have landscaping, which would be the rear of the site or the southern facade. We did want to offer up that if the intention for that regulation is that it's more formalized into foundational plantings and shrubs, we have no concerns or any issues with doing that. Because it's the rear of the site, we felt most appropriate to show it right now is landscaping is lawn, but we certainly would offer that up if that's the intent for the town. But we are beyond the 25% currently in plan. So that's walking through a few of the recent comments received and zoning compliance to the landscape plan. A couple other elements that I just want to hit on. One is an existing tree protection plan. We have prepared and submitted an existing tree protection plan that mimics and complements the erosion control plan with access to the rear of the site to allow for that wetland creation area to happen. On that plan, we show existing tree sizes and locations. You might, even if you have a trained eye, you might see some of them on the graphic here on the screen. A bunch of circles all identified in the development zone, which is this area colored green and brown for buildings and gray. Those trees obviously are going to be removed and not to remain. But the balance of the trees on the site, which is plentiful, especially towards the eastern and southern ends, those will remain in addition to the wetland creation area. So we have prepared that plan so it's very clear sizes, locations, and which trees are to remain. Last thing maybe I'll hit is the wetland creation area. I know it was mentioned earlier. I just wanted to walk through a couple of the details with that. As mentioned, that was reviewed and approved by the Wetland Commission. The intent for the wetland creation area is to provide approximately 20,000 square feet of wetland creation area. And what that means or what that includes is a extensive non-native invasive species removal in that area adjacent to that high-functioning wetland system. That's always where we want to start. It also includes the establishment and planting of native plant material. Our current submitted plan sets identify those species on all night about the species, but we do have a diverse plant list that is intended for that area. And then maybe most importantly, and I just want to spell this out for the groups that are aware, maybe most importantly, included in this package, in this plan, is monitoring and adjusting for 5 growing seasons after removal and installation of good native plant material. We all know non-native invasives come back year after year, and until those good natives are well established, having a monitoring period, which is part of this proposal, is essential for that wetland system and this expanded wetland system to be really continue to be high functioning. So those are the things I wanted to hit. I'm sure we're going to open up to questions later, but I think maybe I'll bounce it either back to Attorney John Nuff or back to the commission.
Thanks, Wayne. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation. My guess is that you and other members of the commission have some questions about the presentation, and we'd be happy to entertain those in whatever format you find to be most efficient.
Charles Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nuff, and your team. We appreciate the presentation. Maybe before we get to questions from commission members, I would ask staff if staff has any comments, either from the staff report or otherwise.
Harry Smith, Town Planner. I am searching for Mr. Guskowski, and let me see if there he is. Let me unmute you. Maybe you muted yourself, John.
I am here.
Great. Okay. Could you just go through your staff memo if you would?
Sure. So for the record, John Guskowski, senior planner with CME Associates, which is a CHA company. Our firm got acquired this year, and we're in transition of becoming CHA. I am a planner with the American Institute of Certified Planners. I worked with Mike D'Amato, who is also a planner, on this review, and I'm representing our staff report today. I trust that the commission got a copy. I would, and you know, by and large, we don't have any significant concerns with the project. I would note just a couple of items following up what Mr. Violet just went through. Specifically, our comments on page 1 and the top of page 2 of our staff report. There is, I think, a slight misread by the applicant's engineer of the required setbacks. Section 6.2.e, little 10 of the zoning regulations require an additional setback off of Route 1, a required 80-foot setback distance from the center line of the road, which then per section 6.3.f in the landscaping section requires half that distance for the setback for the vegetated buffer. So there's actually a 40-foot requirement, not a 7.5-foot requirement per our read of the regulations. So we would, and again, these are relatively minor things. They're not fundamental to the project, but I think that should be addressed in a site plan revision. And again, the commission has the ability to modify landscaping requirements per your own regulations. So should you choose to find the application sufficient in its current status, that is certainly something that you could act upon. We had a little bit of a landscaping read of the regulations per the side and rear landscaping. They do show the planting strip along the, I have this map upside down, I guess it would be easterly boundary, where they show planting. The other buffer plantings that they show are sort of around the development area and not around the site itself, which obviously extends well beyond the development area. You know, the portions that are alongside the railroad tracks are quite a far distance from the actual development area. So they don't actually show landscaping in the, you know, alongside the railroad tracks, which is technically their rear lot line. So I believe that, you know, they meet the spirit of the regulations, if not the letter of the regulations, relative to side and rear lot lines. We would note that, you know, we called out the lack of bicycle parking and racks per section 6.5 D11. Per section 7.15 A1 per vehicle queuing on drive-through. The regulations are a bit unclear about the difference between a drive-through and, as they presented, an ATM drive-up. This is your section. Yeah, as I mentioned the section. That regulation isn't particularly clear, although it does indicate drive-up window or station, and I think probably an ATM drive-up would be considered a station. So the site plan should be modified to show 6 queuing spots. It looks like it's possible there, but if not, they may want to modify the location of the ATM or the curve of the entry to accommodate for 6 vehicle queues there. Again, I think the majority of this of the concern about this project relates to the grading and the drainage and the stormwater management, which we certainly defer to the town's engineer. I'm pleased to hear that the Wetlands Commission reviewed and approved of the plan. We have a couple of general comments also about the site design. Recommend for circulation purposes a one-way circulation from the heading south from the all these circling back to the north past the bank, and angled parking to reduce vehicle conflicts and vehicle pedestrian conflicts. There is more than enough parking there. They have 25 more spots than is minimally needed by the regulations. So I think there's some room to play with parking there. And we have a couple of comments about pedestrian circulation and connection between the two buildings. And then I would say, finally, they have a couple of light poles that are sort of smack dab in the middle of parking spots without sort of protective islands around them. And those are going to get hit. And they're going to be difficult to maintain in terms of plowing and things like that. So our comments were provided to the town. Hopefully they were provided to the applicant for their review. I think it's relatively minor tweaks, and by and large, it's a positive redevelopment for commercial use in a commercial site in a highly visible area. So those are the comments we have at this point.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Guskowski. Harry, do you have any comments at this point?
Again, Harry Smith, Town Planner, just to maybe emphasize and highlight a couple of things. In the past with the front yard landscaping, I don't know if there's a complete clarity about what is required in the front planting strip. I think it depends somewhat on the location. Trees have occasionally been accepted as the sole requirement for the front yard planting strip. At other occasions, low shrubs and plantings and other features have been also added to that. This is a fairly prominent site. You also have section 6.14, which is townwide design standards, which might come into play here. I just wanted to mention that. Possibly the addition of some additional plantings, a low fence, the scene rock walls, all kinds of features that could be used to sort of demarc the beginning of the development property and the site in a sort of an aesthetically enhanced way. So that's something I just want to throw out there. That could particularly build off the comments of the extra parking. So, in particular with the comments from Mr. Guskowski about the setback from Route 1. So those all sort of fit together. With respect to the traffic, we will have that looked at by the town engineer. That has not happened yet. In the past, occasionally the commission has engaged a peer reviewer at the cost of the applicant. That's provided for in the regulations and municipal ordinances. I'm not sure that's necessary here, particularly since the state controls the roadway adjacent to the development. With respect to the drive-through lanes, this is something Mr. Guskowski would not be aware of, but I believe the commission, there was another development with an ATM, and I believe it was at Zane's Cycles, where there was a drive-through in the rear of the building, and the bank desired to replace that with an ATM in the middle of the parking lot, and there was insufficient room for the 6-car queuing, and I believe the commission determined that it's not a true drive-through. It was nothing that required the 6-car queue. That might certainly be desirable here, potentially, but that was the commission's previous determination. I think those are the other additional comments I had at this point. Thank you.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Harry. I'll have a couple of questions and we'll open it up for commission members' questions. Mr. Nuff, I assume you need an OSTA permit for this from the state, or what's going on?
Yes, we do, and as I'm sure you know, Mr. Chairman, we can begin discussions with OSTA, but we can't make a formal application until we get approval from this commission.
Right, and that's my understanding. But I assume you've had some discussions with them, and they've given you, nothing's come up so far that would be an impediment?
I would defer to Mike Shepley to respond to that question.
I would not see anything out there being an impediment at the moment. This isn't a full MTG. It'll probably be an administrative decision because it doesn't produce enough trips, nor does it have enough parking. Out there, because of how closely spaced the intersections are and the limited amount of room in the right of way, we're pretty limited in what we can do out there. Really what has to happen is the state has to come through and start, incorporating some of the things that we have actually suggested in the Branford Connector Corridor study. For now, the mitigations that we're showing in the study are probably the best idea of what we can do out there. There won't be too much of a impediment to my client.
Chuck Anderson again, Chair. And just in terms of the mitigation, one was a separate right turn lane on Commercial Parkway coming down from Walmart. So there would basically be 3 lanes going out. Is that correct? Did I understand that right?
No, it was a right turn lane in from, let's see here, that'd be eastbound Route 1 or northbound Route 1, going towards the center of town, going towards west.
Oh.
That would be where the right turn lane would go in. The worst, the most impact is along Route 1. It's not actually on Commercial Parkway. Because of course, most people are using Route 1 to go back and forth. So that's where we're putting our mitigation in.
Okay. Do we, Chuck Anderson, Chair, do we have your PowerPoint as part of your presentation? I didn't see it on the in the documents, but I don't know, maybe I missed it.
Harry Smith, Town Planner. I don't believe that was submitted.
No, Mr. Chairman, we would certainly be happy to do so. Most of the items in the PowerPoint were included in the traffic report, of course, but we'd be happy to submit it as a standalone item.
Great, and we do have the traffic report as well already.
You do, yes.
Okay. Okay, and another question just about the number of parking spaces. That was a question raised by our staff, and I didn't know. I think the number was more than the minimum, less than the maximum. Is the reason for the 128 spaces? Was that something more than the minimum? I guess it would be the question. Why was that? Something basic with the client, particular tenants, or what?
No, frankly, Mr. Chairman, it's John Duff again. It's what our tenants prefer in order to have safe and efficient parking for all their customers. I mean, Aldi's is a highly successful supermarket, and so it's frankly it's their preference, and they certainly understand their needs better than the rest of us do, frankly. So it was a desire to provide sufficient parking for the needs of our tenants.
Okay, Chuck Anderson, Chair. Thank you. Other questions from commission members?
John Luss, Chair. I don't have any real questions at this time. I'd like to review the plans, actual plans in front of me. It's hard to read on screen. I'm happy to see the attention paid to the site, frankly, and and I look forward to reviewing it.
Chuck Anderson, Chair. Thank you, John. Any other questions from commission members before we open up to the public? If not, then we can open it up to the public. If you have questions, please indicate with through the chat or through raising your hand, and staff will recognize it. I see JC raising her hand. So perhaps Harry or Caitlin, can you recognize JC Wyatt?
I think she's unmuted now. Harry Smith.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much. You all hear me good?
Yes.
So actually, just a couple of things. I have a couple questions and bring up some concerns. I usually like to look at a project and fall in love with it. I'm not in love with it, but I want to love it. So one thing is, I'm actually the granddaughter to the person that used to own the automobile shop, Tom Chevrolet. That was my grandfather that used to be on that site. And one of the things that I remember dealing with a lot of our planning in town is that we were planning to eventually get a road that was going to connect through this property to a point back down towards the train station. With what I'm looking at right now, it looks like obviously that's never going to happen now from here on in, because there's no intentions of bringing any sort of connecting road to the back of our property, which we're trying to do the developments in, and back by the railroad station, back down the Route 1 this way. That's one of my concerns is now, is this really going to end it forever that we can never connect the back out of the train station here? Two, one question I have big on this is Chase Bank. I like the Aldi, but the Chase Bank is the one I'm concerned. You really want to build out this entire rock mountain for the bank? It looks like, is the bank really necessary? And why couldn't it just be pushed more towards Route 1 and not take as much of the mountain value, or the whatever you want to call it, the hill? So it seems like to me, were they ever looking at that reason? Is the bank really the biggest point necessary? Because it looks like it's actually making more construction work do what they need to do. And three, I really want to hear from the lawyer or somebody in this group, did they ever really look at putting Aldi across the street? Did they really never look anywhere up by Walmart, anywhere that could be up on that area? I know the town of Branford and the people really don't see this to be that site for this, and something else can be here, as you all know. I don't want to put a hotel on this location, but the thing is, why, or have they, I want an answer, yes or no, did they ever look at any of the properties up by Walmart? So those are my 3-part questions I have.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, JC. We'll ask the applicant to address those. Do you have any other comments before we hear more public comment?
I guess one more, actually. Let's make a 4th one. The value of this town, obviously, and the historical value, and sort of right up the road from there, there wasn't any really historical look to the buildings. I guess, you know, I'm modern, I like it. But do they want to put any type of different aspects to the buildings? As it is a kind of looking at, you know, there is a historical neighborhood in the area. So yes, to me, like you said, I really want the 3 questions answered. My 4th point again is going to be about the building looks. I'm going to leave that alone.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, JC.
Thank you very much.
Other members of the public wish to comment?
Caitlin here. I'm going to unmute the phone number ending in 0018.
Okay.
My name is Franklin Pillacy. I'm a land use attorney, and I represent Rockledge Association, the condominium association immediately adjacent. And Rockledge would like to express its support for the project as presented. Thank you.
Chuck Anderson, thank you. Other members of the public? I think I saw Bill Horn raise his hand.
I'm sorry, I have one person who had raised their hand before, Jeff Dow. I'm going to unmute and then we can get to Bill.
Okay. Jeff Dow, Mr. Dow.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for letting me talk. This is Jeff Dow, Dow Realty Company. I am the listing broker on the property. I've been working on this project for several years now. And as far as the use goes, I don't think we could have a more beneficial 2 uses on this site in the town of Branford than what's being proposed. Some of the other uses that had come to us as we've been marketing it over the years included a gas station, which I think is a lot more impactful and less desirable than what they're doing. And I also just want to make a comment that the developer who's going to be doing this, who I do not represent, I can tell you has done everything that they said they were going to do and done a great job of it. So I'm voicing my support of this project, and I hope you'll approve it. Thank you.
Chuck Anderson, thank you, Mr. Dow. Other members of the public wish to comment? I think Mr. Horn, can we?
Bill is unmuted.
Great, thank you very much. For the record, Bill Horn, 246 Pleasant Point Road in Branford. Unusual for me, I've included my CV and some credentials showing my professional life as a research scientist, anticipating that there may be some objection to my discussing technical reports and reports published by people who are scientific experts in their field, which I am not. In addition, I've also attended numerous meetings of both the Planning and Zoning Commission and Inland Wetlands Commissions over more than 20 years. And I was a member of the steering committee for the recent revision of the Plan of Conservation and Development, which for the first time incorporated sections on addressing coastal vulnerability and promoting resilience and sustainability. My comments directed towards proposed modification of an unusual surface feature that reduces the volume of stormwater draining into Mill Creek from the site. Currently, there's a large depression which was presumably created by earlier quarrying or construction activity, which intercepts about 30% of the rainfall that falls on the west part of the property that slopes toward Mills Creek. According to the applicant's stormwater report, the current basin retains more than 50,000 cubic feet before overtopping. I cite to their attached, which I've attached to my written testimony, their pre-development and post-development 100-year storm calculations, which is well in excess of the volume that the NOAA Atlas number 14, as well as two other groups that analyze stormwater data, give as the volume for the 100-year design storm. And the basin currently overflows at somewhere between 40 feet and 42-foot elevation. On both the plans and on the town GIS site, the 40-foot contour is continuous, the 42-foot contour is not. The presence of such a large stormwater retention feature is particularly important in the Mill Creek watershed, which is one of Branford's most impervious watersheds. And I've attached an excerpt from Branford's natural resource inventory, which discusses the nature of this watershed. Because of the high percentage of impervious cover in Mill Creek watershed, the portion of the watershed downstream of the proposed development already experiences what the natural resource inventory describes as downstream flooding on even minor storms, particularly when they occur at high tide. And the retention of all the precipitation that falls within the basement catchment area, which is almost 2 acres, even though a small percentage of the entire Mill Creek watershed, mitigates the downstream flooding to some degree. The applicant proposes to remove part of the west side of the basin and construct a berm across the low point in the current basin with an outlet elevation of 39.9 feet. And based on their own stormwater management report, this reduces the area that drains into the basin from 82,000 square feet to almost 60,000 square feet. The area that is no longer draining into the basin is going to be added to what's draining off the rest of the site for any rainstorm. And the volume of retained stormwater is depending. So if you take it for 42 feet elevation, it's about 53,000 square cubic feet. If you look at the 42-foot elevation, which, as I said, was discontinuous, they calculate 134,000 cubic feet. They're reducing somewhere in that range to a bit more than 30,000 cubic feet, which is quite a decrease. While the diminished area draining into the basin means that additional water will enter Mill Creek or require the creation of additional built retention capacity during all the rainstorms, the loss of existing retention capacity in the lower Mill Creek watershed will be particularly important during high-intensity storm events. The applicant's engineers have designed the post-development basin to contain almost exactly the volume generated by the 100-year design storm found in NOAA's precipitation frequency Atlas 14, which is, they say, is 8.15 inches of rain in 24 hours. However, the other two recognized groups that I mentioned earlier, which also analyze and predict precipitation frequency intensity, have estimated the 100-year storm 24-hour rainfall amounts to be 9.1 inches and 9.3 inches, respectively. Such variability of predictions based on analysis of past data is not unusual, but the range of predicted rainfall by these three groups, with the NOAA predicted intensity the lowest, suggests that there's a reasonable probability that the redesigned basin will fail to retain the 100-year storm volume, contrary to the representations of the applicant. The probability of the redesigned basin overflowing is strongly predicted to increase with time. Increased frequency and intensity of precipitation events is expected as global warming and climate change progresses. And I've attached an excerpt from the fourth National Climate Assessment, which was released in 2018 by the U.S. Global Change Research Program, which calls out this expected trend. The trend was already apparent in 1996 when the Northeast Regional Climate Center updated rainfall frequency data for Connecticut at the request of the Connecticut Hydrologic Modeling Committee. And I've attached a letter from the late Branford hydrologic engineer Don Ballou, in which he states that as of 1996, the amount of rainfall from the 100-year storm had increased by 28% since the last previous calculations in 1961. And the frequency of an event with specific large amount of rain had about doubled. So what had been the 100-year volume now was about the 50-year volume. The previous 50-year volume now was about the 25-year volume. So for several decades now, we've been seeing an increase in the intensity of these large intensity events. The need to address storm-related flooding runs through the 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development. It's mentioned in sections 5.2, address water quality and flooding issues, section 8.3, enhance development along Route 1, section 12.1, promote sustainability, section 16.1, address piped infrastructure, which recognized the predicted increase in storm frequency and intensity. And I'll note that 46% of respondents to a POCD revision survey said that the town should do more in providing for stormwater drainage. The neighbors along Mill Creek downstream from the proposed project are already suffering from flooding problems that will increase as sea level rises. And the POCD calls attention to the recommendation by the Connecticut Institute for Resilience and Climate Adaptation that municipalities in their planning should use the possibility of 20 inches of sea level rise by 2050. Not that this is expected, but it's a realistic potential. The increasing frequency of more intense rain events, especially those that occur at times of higher tides, will add to the flooding problem. This is not the time, with rising sea and increasing rain, to be eliminating even a small amount of existing retention capacity in the Mill Creek watershed, in my opinion. So thank you very much for your attention, and that completes my comment.
Charles Sanders, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Horn. Mr. Horn, have you referred to written comments have you submitted that, and do we have those?
Yes, I submitted a PDF with these comments and the, I believe, 6 documents that I referred to in the comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Horn. And I don't know, Michelle, if they've been posted. I know there were zip files and whatever in the URL, but I assume if they haven't, they can be put on there. Is that correct?
Sure, yes.
Yeah, Harry Smith, town planner. They are up in the Dropbox. I mean, they came in about this afternoon at some point.
Okay. Yeah, I can, Charles Anders Chair, again, I haven't seen it. And again, we want to provide that Mr. Nuff and his engineers to review that, and also our town engineer to look at this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a large file, so it's not something I can send around by email, but I can send the link so everyone can find it on the Dropbox site.
Great. Okay, thank you. Are other members of the public wish to comment? Charles Anders Chair.
Caitlin here. I'm going to unmute Perry.
Thank you, Caitlin. Perry Maresca, Chairman of Economic Development. Mr. Nuff had come to our January meeting and made a presentation to the Economic Development Commission. It was relatively informal at the time because they were still talking with planning and zoning, inland wetlands. And we told him that we were in favor of the project. We thought it was good, certainly much better than what is currently there now, pending approval from inland wetlands, and that all those things worked out, which they have worked out. So on behalf of the Economic Development Commission, we do favor a more positive development of that property than what is certainly currently there. Thank you.
Charles Anders Chair. Thank you, Mr. Maresca. Are there other members of the public who wish to comment? Seeing none, then I understand that we will be continuing this matter as a public hearing. Does that allow Mr. Nuff and your team to address some of the staff issues and some of the questions that have come up at the public hearing? Mr. Nuff, is that okay with you?
Yes, I mean, we certainly selected that, Mr. Chairman, and I'd be happy to answer the few of the questions. Certainly not, comprehensive to Mr. Horn's comments. They're in large part what we heard before inland wetlands and were dispensed with. And I know John Spitz can respond perhaps briefly to that, but we'll obviously be preparing a much more comprehensive response to Mr. Horn. I can answer some of the questions, or we can reserve everything until June 4th if you prefer, Mr. Chairman.
Well, if you have answers right now, you can answer. I know J.C. Wyatt asked, had three questions. I don't know if that's something you.
Yeah, I mean, those are pretty straightforward. I mean, as to a road to the train station, I mean, certainly is interesting because the first night of the public hearing in the Wetland Commission, there was for somehow a rumor has started for the folks along Home Place that their road was going to be extended through the site. And I would tell you that those neighbors were up in arms until it was revealed to them that certainly that was not the case. In fact, that's where we were creating a wetland mitigation area, at which point they were all extremely pleased to know that no other construction is going to be taking place in that area. And certainly, we would not propose any sort of a road through the rear of that site. In terms of why a bank, that's actually a really good sign for the town of Branford, that a bank that, let's face it, most people are still doing their banking online now, and there are not a lot of new bricks and mortar banks that are being proposed. Banks are a notoriously wonderful corporate citizen, and I think the town of Branford should be really heartened by the fact that a bank wants to come to the town, because most folks are doing their banking online, but new bank branches are really intended to service the business community. So I think you should take that as a very positive sign as to the economic health of your town. And then as to looking for other sites, no, this was, let's face it, as Jeff had alluded to, and some of the folks from BL, they've been looking at the site for literally decades, trying to figure out a way to redevelop it. Somehow through great engineering, a little bit of creativity, and a lot of diligence, and as I said, a lot of substantial investment by my client, they've been able to find a way to develop the site. So certainly visibility is something that's important to banks. Visibility is something important to Aldi's. And so no, they did not look at other sites because this is the site they wanted, and certainly one that is desperate for redevelopments. Then as to look at the buildings, these are, I think they're very attractive buildings. They're not necessarily, prototype buildings by Aldi's or Chase, but certainly in keeping with the context of the area. So with that, I'm ready. If you want to respond briefly to Mr. Horn, you can. But other than that, we would reserve other responses to next month.
We can reserve responses to Mr. Horn. I haven't looked at his written comments either, so but I understand it sounds like similar issues are raised at wetlands, and but we can cover that at the next meeting because we've still got other things on our agenda. So
that's fine, and you know, I'm almost tempted to turn in the back and forth between our engineers and the Wetland Commission's third-party review team, so the commission could see in detail all the changes that we made. On the other hand, you know, it's somewhat voluminous, and I don't know whether you want to get into those details, but we'll take that under advisement, because I think it would be illuminating for the commission to see the extent to which we have gone above and beyond to satisfy the comments from the outside engineers who reviewed this on behalf of the Wetland Commission.
Harry Smith, Town Planner. I can inquire with the town engineer whether he thinks that'll be helpful. He may have already seen all of that material. If it's something that would factor into his review for the Planning and Zoning Commission, then I will get in touch with you, Mr. Nuff, and request that be added to the record.
All right. Thanks so much, Harry.
Sanders, Chair. Great. Then, if it's okay with the applicant and the commission, then we can continue this matter as our public hearing again to our June 4th meeting. So if that's fine with everyone, we will just do that. So this matter, is that okay with commission members?
Chuck, this is Paul Higgins, Commissioner. I'm seeing several chat boxes from Kate Colombo saying she's raising her hand. I don't know if anyone else has seen it.
Oh, okay. So are there other members of the public that wish to comment? Caitlin and Harry, can you check the chat to see if there's other people out there who wish to comment at this time?
Caitlin here. Yeah, I did see that from Kate. I don't see her hand raised, but I'm going to unmute her now.
Hi, thank you very much for letting me speak, despite the hand raising, which wasn't working. I just have a couple of comments, and in particular interested about the whole gateway piece, which some people might think of that as just sort of a little catchword, but actually our 2019 POCD mentions the gateway several times, and also talks about exit 53. The POCD recommends that we find a global solution for the exit 53 location, and that development at exit 53 should not be piecemeal, but should be part of a global solution for that area. So I would hope that this particular development would be maybe the beginning of a global solution for exit 53. In that regard, I would say in regard to the traffic, I live at exit 54. So whenever I'm up at CVS, for example, at exit 53, and I have a decision how to get home, I avoid that area. I avoid the area where the Aldi's is going to be, because the traffic there is so bad. And if you are coming out of that parking lot now and you want to make a left, you're basically facing the Starbucks. The traffic light is extremely short. It's only a couple of seconds that you can grab that left-hand turn. And I just don't see it working. I don't see it working. To me, if you were coming out of that Aldi's lot, you would turn right, and then you would have to go, and there should be some sort of rotary to allow you to go back up Branford Hill, because the left-hand turn, at least the way it's configured right now, would absolutely not work. The other point that I'd like to make is in regard to the gateway. So in the POCD 7.4, in regard to gateway, it says to establish and enhance coordinated gateway features at major entry points. So that's our mission, to do that. And the leader for that should be the EDC, and the partners would be the PZC and the town. So I'm not sure that some grass and a few trees really represents what we look for gateway features. So if the mitigation of the wetland in the back area has to happen first, then that would give the EDC and the PZC lots of time to get together and develop a gateway plan so that the appearance of this area would fit within a larger scope of plan for gateway appearance. And the last thing I would like to say is in regard to the trees and the lawn, you know, the American Planning Association put out a report in 2013 on practice biodiversity. So the whole idea is that we have the opportunity to enhance our native environment by using native plantings, and we want to support the birds, the bees, and the butterflies in our area. And so talking about natives at the back where the wetlands is, that's great. We should also be talking about natives in the front. So all of the plantings in the front, all of the landscaping in the front should be referring to natives. So that's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Galembos. Yeah, are there other members of the public that wish to comment at this time? Again, we're going to continue this matter as a public hearing, but I don't know if we missed anyone else.
Caitlin here. I have somebody in the chat asking a question. I suppose we'll just read it if that's okay.
Sure.
This is from Shirley McCarthy. She's asking if there's any plans for renewable energy use and electric vehicle chargers.
Okay. Okay, we could ask the applicant that, and you can respond either now or at the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, it's John Nuff. We're going to be tying into the grid. So to the extent that there is renewable energy available on the grid, we'll use it. But to the extent there isn't, then we won't. And I don't know about vehicle chargers, but I will certainly be happy to find that out.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you. Are there other questions or comments from the public, either live or in the chat, that we need to bring out at this time? If not, then I think we will continue this matter as a public hearing for our June 4th meeting. So this matter is continued to our June 4th public hearing. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Okay, so then that brings us to, we're still on our public hearings. We're on item number 4 of a public hearing, which is 165, 195 Main Street. Kevin Curry, applicant and owner. For this matter, it's a special exception for a convenience store, including a request to waive parking requirement. For this matter, I think I mentioned at the public hearing, we're reopening this matter as a public hearing. I am Mr. Curry. I both serve on the Regional Planning Commission. We're both officers on that commission. Mr. Curry is a representative from Meriden. I'm a representative from Branford. And again, I felt that in light of my association and working with, frankly, with Kevin in the regional planning context, that it would be appropriate for me to recuse myself from this. So I'm going to recuse myself from this application. I understand John Luss will take over as chair.
All right,
correct, John.
This is John Lust, Commissioner. Does that make me an interim chair, temporary chair?
Yeah, I understand for this application. So I will just mute myself at this point. So
okay,
I can do that.
So I guess I'll take over time, and we've reopened the hearing. So I guess at this point we'd like to hear from the applicant.
This is Kevin Curry, the applicant. I have my attorney, Barry Pontilillo, on the line with us also. Attorney Pontilillo, do you want to take over from here?
Well, it's just that
This is Harry Smith. We're really not hearing anything at the moment.
Barry, can we try?
And looking at this file, just very briefly, I've seen two of your sister agencies in the town have taken a look at it and have found this project worthy moving forward. I know we're looking at technically the parking aspect of this, and it's an 80-year-old business that's been in the same location. It's 4 uses that have been existing there for decades. We're shifting some walls and actually reducing the parking requirement for this property. I understand some of the neighbors have problems with this, but when you look at what their questions are speed on the main street. And one of the neighbors that commented was, I think, in mistaken belief that where gas pumps were going to increase. We are shifting walls, decreasing the parking requirements. We're not shifting or changing the number of gasoline pumps. I think when you look at historically, this property has been operated, as I said, for the last 80 years by the Pepe family. And you have Mr. Stoop with his auto business there for at least the last 4 decades. And I don't think that there's been any problems. I haven't seen or been addressed that the zoning enforcement office has been out there with problems or police have been out there with problems. So I think that in a case where you're actually reducing the number of parking spaces required, that this new project or repurposing of the property does not impact the parking demand. You've had Mr. Soup talk about and Mr. Curry talk about the ways that they're going to reduce the need for on-site parking. That's with employee parking, plans, carpools, and off-site parking with the 2 neighbors. So I think that they've addressed that issue. And I guess we're really looking for what questions the board might have on this. As I said, 4 uses are still going to remain the same, but the way the regulations interpret the intensity of the 4 businesses as they're reconfigured, the parking spaces actually drop from 38 required in the regulations right now down to 33 or 34.
Any other questions? A couple other things on here that, according to your regulations, you're allowed to grant a variance for the modification of the parking or a special exception for the parking if, you look at different items, which some of these items can be addressed. We've probably addressed every item. The employees, we've presented a plan with the employees that a couple of them come in from out of town. If need be, they'd meet at the Walmart and park at the commuter lot by Walmart. We currently, Larry can address it a little more. He's on the line here also. They currently pick up cars, deliver them to the people's property, and leave their cars so there's less cars on site. We use rear access to the property. We're going to be increasing the landscaping and also the peak hour uses between the tenants doesn't overlap, where you have a convenience store would have peak in the morning, where a liquor store is later in the day, and Larry's open at the shop during the midday working on cars, and they go home at 5 o'clock. There's no increase in any buildings, as Attorney Pontilillo has said. There's no increase in impervious material. We're just adding a lot of landscaping. We have a couple items left with the staff as far as, and Harry could address those, final lighting details and some other things with engineering. We just got some comments back today that our recommendation would be that we continue to work with staff and hopefully get an approval from you guys tonight for the modification of parking and move forward from there to get this done. We've been working on this for almost 2 years now, and we have a deadline with the Connecticut Department of Environmental Protection. We have a extension from last year when we were working with you. The tanks have to be replaced, and we'd like to do this all together. Thank you.
And Kevin and the board members, one of the important things to remember is this is a relatively small convenience store that's being placed into this property. By usual standards, it's half the size of a normal store, and it's really about 1/4 the size. Something like a lot of the Cumberland farms are up in the 4,000 and 5,000 foot range now. And this is a store that's going to be convenient to the person buying gas at one of the 2 gas pumps. It's 1,200 or so square foot size. By the time you put coolers and everything else in there, it's not something that's convenient to the general public, convenient to the person purchasing gasoline. And that's something that really needs to be thought about by the board members, is that it's such a small store that it's not really going to compete traffic and parking.
Any other questions? Or do you want to hear from Larry also? He's the tenant in the property.
If Larry wishes to speak, I'd be glad to have him speak.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Larry.
Okay, just checking. Larry Stout, owner of Pepe Service Station.
Yes.
Just to reiterate some of the other things we've talked about the past meetings. As far as parking issues is the #1 issue here, of course, it seems to be. I have helped Kevin trying to acquire off-site parking, finally getting a letter of written permission from Giovanni's Auto Repair, which is a vacant piece of property around the corner from us, almost the same distance as Richland is across the street. She's granted us use of that property in writing, which you have there. I don't feel there's going to be a problem even having to use any of the off-site parking at all. I've never had to park off-site, even on the side street for my business. The fact that I'm downsizing the business is a big issue here. I know that you're requiring like 15 parking places for 3 bays inside the building and 10 for external for employee parking. And I think as I've said before, this is a little exaggerated for the amount of business that I do. I'm only working on, like I said before, maybe 6-7 cars a day. And out of those 6-7 cars a day, 3 of those cars at the most would be in the shop, which reduces that down to about 4 to 5 cars outside. Plus employees, there's only 3 of us that work for the business. I can't see anything more than tops of like 12 parking places for my business alone, need be. The other issue is the traffic flow with the convenience store there. There's not going to be hardly any more flow of traffic because of the self-serve gas station that's going to go in. It's going to be, like Kevin said before, people, it's a quick in and out thing. cigarettes or whatever they want to get in there that Kevin's going to have. It's not going to be a big deal. It's going to be a small space. It's going to be a lot smaller than, like you said, the Cumberland Farms and places like that. I've grown up in that neighborhood. I've been there for 60 years, just about all my life. I grew up in the 4th Ward there. I've worked at Pepe's for 42 years, and we have excellent neighbors. Everybody has always gotten along. We realize that, it's a high traffic area. The town is getting to be more high traffic. And I just can't see why we can't make a special exception to put this through. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Larry. Is there anything else you'd like to present at this time? Mr. Curry? Or?
Okay, I just got.
There you go.
Okay.
Yes.
No, we're just, like I say, as Attorney Pontillo said and Larry said, this is only 2 dispensers. There's currently 2 dispensers. I've sent the renderings to you. I've had them at the meetings. I mean, it's interesting on the last application, they talked about historic values to the buildings. We spent a lot of time with the town center board on historical, making it look historical. We've gone through all that stuff. We've gone through zoning for the canopy. And, at this point, we're only talking of the retail use of 1,200 or so square feet of space in the left side of the garage business, reducing the intensity of the garage business and putting a small store in there. We're not talking any other use on the property. We're not talking about any change in the buildings. And like I say, it's operated for 80 years without problems. And that's basically where we're at. If we have any questions, if you guys have any questions of us, be happy to answer them.
Okay. Let me move on then and ask staff. Harry, do you have anything new for us?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. Let me share my screen here for a minute. I just want to make sure, even though we sent it out, that everyone has seen the letter from Giovanni's. Again, just to recap, though, before I do that, my understanding that the commission decided to reopen the public hearing, which it had previously closed this application at the applicant's request. So they would have an opportunity to present additional information. And what they have done is presented this letter from Giovanni Auto Repair, and they have submitted a revised site plan, a revised lighting plan, and made testimony that you've just heard tonight. So I just want to show that letter just so everyone's seen it. Okay, everyone should be able to see the, I'll scroll up so you can see the heading. It's from Giovanni Auto Repair. It's dated March 2nd, 2020. I'll just, you can read it, but I'll read it out loud quickly just for those who can't see it at home. To whom it may concern, Pepe's gas station on Main Street, Branford, Connecticut has permission to use my property if needed for cars to be parked at my business address, 20 Bradley Street, Branford, Connecticut, 06405. Please feel free to contact me with any questions or concerns. I can be reached at 203-488-0556. Thank you. Regards, Lori Pascarella. Is anyone not familiar with the location of Giovanni's on Bradley Street? It's seems to be about 2 blocks, maybe a little more, from the service station and the property proposed in the application. It's certainly closer than the DOT lot that was talked about at previous portion of the public hearing as potentially being available. And again, the property across the street at Richlands was discussed. However, there was nothing ever provided in writing. The Giovanni Auto Repair, just to give you a, just a a little update on that is my understanding it's a pre-existing non-conforming use. This is the BR zone, which does not allow motor vehicle repair. I believe it's vacant at this point. I agree with that. I don't know if the business has any plans to reopen that site. The pre-existing non-conforming use does run with the property. So somebody could come in and reactivate that operation. It's how this would be considered in terms of whether additional parking, if it turns into additional parking, affects the status of the pre-existing non-conforming use, and that it lessens their potential compliance with the zoning regulations, or it involves some kind of expansion of the pre-existing non-conformity, which is not allowed. So those are sort of open questions. But it is a letter of documentation that they've granted permission, though there's no certainty or guarantee that could not be revoked in the future. Also going to switch over here to just a quick staff report I put together in response to the new materials. Again, I just covered the letter from Giovanni, so that was the first comment. The site plan made a couple of changes. They proposed a walkway that sort of meanders in and out of the right-of-way of Home Place. And we have an email from the town engineer. He is not in support of that concept and would like the sidewalk to be entirely within the right-of-way of Home Place. I think that is something that could be accommodated in a condition should the commission decide to approve the pending parking waiver. Just technicality, the rear setback line was adjusted from 15 feet to the required 25 feet. I think we covered this previously in the public hearing. There is a very, very healthy line of arborvitae hedge that is basically almost a perfect buffer for a tight residential, commercial, small lot situation. So I think that's fine. And that typical requirement could be waived, I think, given the existing development on the property and the health of the hedge. The landscaping along the western property line was adjusted to address the previous comments. I don't know if, in my mind, they're fully addressed. It's a definite step in the right direction. One comment that was in that previous request was a need for a low hedge as a residential use adjoining the property, and they're adding parking spaces with headlights that would face the adjoining residential property. So a little low screen, such as a low hedge, would be helpful to mitigate that. They corrected issues with the zoning data table, so that's all set. And the lighting plan is much approved. You may recall it indicated readings at a dimmed 65, I think, % level. That has all gone away, and the lighting has been reduced substantially. It's not quite in compliance under the canopy, and it exceeds the 5-foot candle limit under the area of the sign that's now proposed at Home Place and Main Street. They did propose a very nice new sign, which I think is probably more desirable than the existing sign, then that seems to be their other option to retain. I don't think there's any way the commission, however, could moderate the requirements outside of a variance. I mean, maybe there's a way to tweak things a little bit and see if they could be brought down within the limits. So it's still basically a question of granting the parking waiver or modification, really, correct terminology. Just to go back quickly, these are the parking calculations presented previously. You're talking about a level of parking required for the existing uses of potentially 38, 33 spaces, depending on the number of service bays. Right now, there's 16 parking spaces on site. I understand the comments from the applicant and his attorney. That's a pretty big gap. Even if the service station is being, sort of used on a less than maximal level, it is a use that runs with the land. So it could be, increased in the use, in the intensity of the use, and that would certainly be allowed. they have these number of service bays, and they could potentially have more repairs there. And as also many other service stations that engage in repair operate sometimes as many cars that are on site awaiting repair. It depends on who's operating it. So just factors to consider. This is certainly a kind of a judgment call on the part of the commission. So I think I'll leave it there. We've certainly gone over this quite a number of times in the previous public hearing. So that's the new information and a little bit of analysis of it. I think with that, I'll just pause right here. Thank you.
All right, John Lust, Chair. Thanks very much for that, Harry. Speaking out to the commissioners, does anybody have any questions or comments on the commission? I guess not. Hearing none then. Have we gotten any comments from the public? Harry, has anybody called in, or Michelle?
I don't see any, but while we're looking, maybe, can I just mention that Mr. Higgins, who may want to say this himself, I believe has reviewed the materials. Paul, do you want to say that for the record, since you're...
Yes, Harry, for the record, I've listened to via CDs to the meetings that I missed.
Okay, so he is...
So I'm up to speed.
Yeah, so he is being seated in place of the chair.
Okay. Okay, then. Well, that being the case, then I get that.
Oh, we do have one. We have Mr. Hay.
Okay.
I am unmuting him or trying to. Caitlin, can you try? I don't know if it's me or Mr. Hayes muted himself. I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
I think you're on, Mr. Hay. Do you want to speak?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, committee. I'm amazed this is still going on. First comment. What I heard of is business started in 1940. Well, yes, 80 years ago, but things have changed a lot. Traffic has changed a lot. The number of vehicles on the road has changed a lot. When someone buys a business, I've mentioned before, they don't do it to carry on as normal, they do it for growth. Service station, or what you call a self-service, is this, well, it'll become a self-service instead of what you call full service. So there's going to be a lot more traffic. Unfortunately, you're in the wrong place because you're right next to Shelley's. And in the last 2 months, I've been working from home. I thought it was a weekend problem at Shelley's. I now have to park my car every day at the bottom of the drive to stop people turning round. The traffic on a Wednesday afternoon comes past the 3 houses on the Shelley's side of the road. So it's not a weekend problem. My wife regularly has to turn right because she can't see to turn left. Because some time ago, the town decided to put 2 spaces on Main Street for people to park at Shelley's. They take up 3 or 4. They park to the end of the junction in Home Place, the end of the junction with Main Street. I've said before, it's a disaster waiting to happen. So, obviously I'm opposed. I love Larry, I love his business, I'd trust him with anything, but he's retiring. And we don't know the people taking over. All we hear is, we're going to carry on as normal. Don't believe it. They don't live here. It's an historical area. There's been no mention of this small store opening at 5 a.m. and closing at 9. So I hope the committee decides to respect the decision they arrived at 2 or 3 months ago, and that's to deny the application. Thank you very much.
Okay, John Lust, Chair. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Hay. Anything else, Harry or Caitlin? Is anything, no other public comment? So I guess it's safe to close the public comment at this time.
Mr. Chair, you may want to allow the applicant his opportunity to respond if.
Oh, you're right. Excuse me. Mr. Curry, do you have a response to Mr. Hayes' comments?
Yeah, yes, I do. Larry is not planning to retire. Larry is planning to work. He's planning to downsize his business, and he can address that if you'd like also. And Larry has been a great guy to work with. I supplied him with gas over the last probably 10 to 15 years. And he is a great guy. This has a lot more to do with keeping Larry in the business, keeping him in the building. That was the request of the Peppies, and that's the request of what we're doing here. The problems that Mr. Hay is talking about are not problems addressed by our property. They're problems by neighbors, and it has nothing to do with us. Shelley's is busy at times, and there's times they don't have anything going on, but that has nothing to do with us, and it's not a problem of ours. If we're closed on a Sunday, we have no problem with people from Shelley's parking in our lot. And it's a good relationship with Larry. I've met John over the years that I've been down there just to say hello, picked up stuff myself. They're good people, and they're busy because they run a good operation. But if you look at Larry's building, and some of your commissioners had talked about this in the past, have always said they've never seen a problem with parking at Larry's place. And every time I've been down there the last, 3 months, I've been counting cars, and the most I've ever seen on the lot is 8 cars.
Oh.
So I don't see a problem with our property with parking. And we are going to be only keeping 2 dispensers, which will not be a high volume site. I sell gas to a lot of stations, and I would never consider it a high volume site. The oil companies don't consider it a high volume site. We don't intend it to be a high volume site.
All right. Unless Chair, thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a letter that was received on April 21st from the owner of Angel Paws Dog Grooming and Spa, which I can put up and or read into the record. Maybe I'll do both.
Okay.
Just, access it. It's just taking me a couple minutes to pull it up. Apologize. Okay. So you should be able to see this. I'll try and make it maybe. Is it visible to folks? Because I can try and blow it up a little bit. There. I'll read into the record just in case for those calling in. Dated April 21st, 2020. Dear Harry Smith, my name is Colleen Hainsworth. I own Angel Paws Dog Grooming and Spa on Main Street. I am located across the street from Pepe's service station. I asked if there was anything I could do to help when I heard about the changes coming. I am not in favor of them. The Pepe service team have helped me and my staff with oil changes, tire replacement, tank filling, and many other major minor repairs. They've been amazing neighbors. And after the passing of Mr. Pepe, I was concerned that someone would come in and try to change the place. Historic downtown Branford, in quotes, supposedly stops with my building on the opposing side of the street from Pepe's. Situated on an awkward plot as they are, I don't see how or why you would allow any change of the basic footprint of the current property given the rules governing the nearby properties. I grew up in Branford, and many of the senior clients I serve use Pepe's to get their cars serviced and filled. The proposed changes will harm many of our seniors. Many older women in Branford have a trust in the Pepe's team, a trust that cannot be built with the other mechanics. A trust built over years of their husbands' relationships with the boys and knowing that they will not be taken advantage of. There is no flash or fast talk, and their prices are fair, and they take their time to help you understand. I understand that gas tanks need to be replaced and that it is a necessary service for the business to continue, but making room for more pumps, that is insane. This is already a precarious area for car accidents and many near misses, and you're allowing a small plot to service more and with a convenience store, ? We have 2 multi-pump gas stations nearby. This one is special. No one else pumps for you. This time of COVID-19, to have a place where you don't need to touch anything and they smother your credit card and hand sanitizer when you make your payment, it really gives you peace of mind. Please consider these points when making your decision, and thank you for your time. Colleen Hainsworth, Angel Paws Dog Grooming Spa, 214 Main Street, Branford, Connecticut.
Okay, John Les Chair, thank you for that, Curry. Mr. Curry, I imagine you have a response?
Okay,
Mr. Curry?
I'm sorry, I just got unmuted. Okay, I do. First off, Pepe's is not going anywhere. They're staying there. That's the purpose of what we're doing here. And the other thing that we're doing is we are not increasing the number of pumps. We're keeping the pumps. Matter of fact, the new pumps will have what they call Apple Pay and Gulf Pay attached to them, so you won't even have to touch your credit card. It'll be very simple and very customer friendly. And we're part of the community, and we intend to be part of the community.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so given that, with no further public input, I guess it is time to close the public portion of the hearing at this time.
There is a hand up from Mr. Hay, though. If you'd like to take another comment.
All right, I think we should probably do that.
Okay.
Mr. Hay, would you like to make your comment?
Yes, it's actually my wife who wanted to speak.
All right.
2 blocks.
Mr. Hay, we're not hearing anything.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Can't hear your wife.
Can you hear me now? He probably doesn't want to hear me. But first of all, regarding the letter from Giovanni's, which is not quite, somebody said it was as close as Richland, which it absolutely is not as close as Richland to Pepe's. It's much further away. I would also like to at some point, the Planning and Zoning Committee to tell me where the parking is for, can you hear me? We've lost the picture.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me.
Yes.
So I would love to know where the parking actually is that the Planning and Zoning Committee gave to Shelley's Garden Centre. Where is the parking for their customers? Because at the moment, it's like in our street, it's like in our road, it's in our drive, it's in front of our house, it's everywhere. So we are now looking at an addition to Pepe's. It's not the old service station from 80 years ago. It's going to be a new, self-service place where people can go in and get coffee. Where are they going to park? They're not going to park because in general, I have discovered after 20 years living here that people don't want to walk 2 steps. So they will probably park in our streets as well. So we are putting up with all this. And in all due respect, Mr. Curry does not live in Branford. He might, I cannot understand why he would drive all the way to Branford to get his gas when he lives, he delivers gas here. He doesn't live in Branford. And Larry doesn't live in Branford. Larry lives in Stony Creek. So these people do not have this day-to-day, excuse me, Mr. Curry, you don't live in Branford. You do not live in Branford. You have a business, and I understand you're a businessman, but you do not live here. You don't put up with this day after day after day after day. So we do. So we are totally completely against this thing to increase this. We are already facing a huge problem with parking and the potential for a serious accident to occur in our street, at the end of our street. So planning and zoning committee are supposed to be for everybody in Branford, for those of us that pay town taxes, property taxes to the town, not for people that don't live in the town. So, you know, we need you to consider this when you decide on this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hay. So, Mr. Curry, John Les Chair, would you like to make a further comment, or are you fine?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. So given that, and if I see no other public comments coming in, we'll try once again to close the public portion of this hearing. And Harry, you'll have to remind me, is that something that we have to vote on, or?
No, I think you can simply close it.
You can simply close it. Okay, well, let's consider it closed.
All right, thank you.
All right, and I think at this point, we have to decide, given the hour, whether we want to, discuss this as a commission tonight. I mean, is everybody up for that? Speaking to the commission members now and staff. What do we have left, Harry? We've got.
We have one informal review of the Branford River PDD, a modification to that. The applicant is looking at changing the hotel that was approved on property currently formerly occupied by Paul's Wire, crossing the brewery at the bridge at Indian Neck Avenue.
Right.
So I believe they're still here. Mr. Crowley's here, and his attorney, and probably, I think Mr. Preddy is here, as well as Mr. Seapot, the architect.
We also have old business, and we have hearings to be.
The old business are two items that you previously determined, the staff and the chair, Mr. Andre set the public hearing for, and the new item, you could do the same thing. So we could, at this point, maybe, well, I don't know how you want to proceed, or you want to turn it back to Chuck, up to you, or, you know, I know if you want to go back and deliberate, you know, you should keep on going. It makes sense, but.
Chuck Anders, Chair, one of the reasons, I think you only have 4 people who vote, and because Fred isn't at this meeting, and Joe recused himself. So my suggestion is to get 5 people.
Okay.
Then have Fred watch this, and then you guys can vote.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, then, is that something I have to make a motion to do?
I don't think you need to do that at this point. We
just continue it?
Yeah. You just, well, the public hearing is closed, so you're just tabling the item at this point. We would note for the record, there would be an automatic time extension due to Executive Order 7I. So you're still within the 90-day time extension period, and have been advised by Town Council that you can just state for the record that that extension is in effect.
All right. Well, with that in mind, we'll extend it, and we'll reschedule this to the next meeting in June 4th.
Okay. Very good.
Very good. And so, Chuck, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, John. Chuck Anders, Chair. Okay, so let's do, does anyone want to, it is 11:15. You guys have been sitting here forever. Do you want to take a 5-minute break or something?
Yes.
Or are you okay? Should we just keep going? Keep going. That's what you say. Okay.
Yeah, let's.
Okay, well, I want to try to get through the rest of this. First, we got minutes. We're not ready to approve the April 2nd one, but the 5/7 ones, the April 7th, the last meeting, they were sent in our packet. And if you had a chance to take a look at those, does someone want to make a motion to approve the minutes from the April 7th, 2020 meeting.
I'll make that motion. John Lust, Commissioner.
Okay, motion made by John, Chuck Anders chair. Is there a second?
Chadwick seconds.
Second by Joe Chadwick. I'll just run through all in favor. John Lust, are you in favor?
John Luston, Commissioner, in favor.
Joe Chadwick, you in favor?
Chadwick in favor.
Joe Vayuso, are you in favor?
Joe Vayuso in favor.
Marcy Palusi, are you in favor?
Marcy Paluzzi, yes.
And Chuck Anders also, yes. Okay, great. And then for old business, let's try to take care of the first public hearing that we had, which is the Secondino and Son special exception for the laboratory, where I believe Harry sent a staff report where they recommended findings and conditions. There's been a few modifications. And that's on the memo data. It was in the packet that was sent to us. It's also on the website. Yeah, the one I'm looking at is May 20th, 2020. Harry, can you review that with us?
I can. Sorry. Does everyone have that? Can I ask the commissioners if you all have that? Because rather than take time to put it up, I can just go through it.
Yeah, John Lust, Commissioner, I have it.
Okay,
Joe Vayuso, I have it.
okay,
Chuck Anders chair, I have it.
okay. And I know the applicant has had it, seen it. So I will say most of this is some boilerplate conditions we typically use. I'll just run through extremely quickly. Setting up conditions for things that need to take place prior to start of construction. And these are things that sort of make sure the site's carefully developed, identify the limits of clearing and disturbance with construction fencing, provide some additional information about stockpiling of materials, topsoil, construction staging. I have a pre-construction meeting. Again, put construction fencing around and the limit of disturbance, erosion and sedimentation control bond requirement, actually install the sedimentation and erosion controls. Typical lighting condition, we did not get lights for the building itself. They would need to be added. Condition about blasting, requiring an offer of a pre-blast survey and the additional information required by the regulations. Time frame for blasting, Friday 9 to 3. Prohibition on the use of fixed machinery or rock crushing equipment without approval of the commission. Requirement for stockpiling of topsoil for reuse. If it's going to be removed, that needs the express permission of the commission. Notation that the special exception has a 1-year life without a renewal or approval. Before the zoning permit or the building permit's issued, we need to deal with all the remaining items from above. Also lighting, and identify that all the information for blasting has actually been provided. There were some outstanding comments from the town engineer with respect to the set of plans we have currently at P&Z. I know they've already been modified and sent to the engineer, but we don't have them in our file. There were some required modifications to the landscaping plan, which include inventorying all the significant trees. We also need final design plans prepared by PE for the retaining wall, those that are over 3 feet in height. We need to relabel title sheet because it now refers, I think, to the wetlands application. Need detail for a dumpster enclosure. Some notations about contractors' responsibility with earth and grading removal and topsoil stockpiling and replacement of 4 inches of topsoil over the disturbed area when it's done. Submittal some changes to the landscaping plan to provide plantings as required in the regs at the foot and the top of the retaining walls. Changes required to the erosion sedimentation control plan to require placement of erosion control mats if needed or determined to be needed by the ZEO if it is not seasonally appropriate to seed and loam the final topsoil when it is at that point of construction. I am proposing removing 10L, which is redundant with one of the prior conditions. I didn't realize I already put that in there. And removing 10M, which talked about trying to get a title, if the applicant had it, to the area around the existing, what was to be a temporary cul-de-sac is now going to be a permanent cul-de-sac at the end of Sycamore Way. 10N was to require a legally binding agreement that the applicants and their heirs and assigns would not propose to pave a street. I am instead going to propose a finding number 2, which would read, this approval is issued based on the verbal representation made during the public hearing that the driveway shown on the submitted plans as to be constructed from the end of the existing paved portion of Sycamore Way into the development will remain a private driveway and not be proposed for acceptance as a public road. So what this would do is to, on the record, as a finding that would be included in the decision letter and filed in the land records, create a paper trail in the chain of title acknowledging the commission in approving this did it on the basis that the driveway would not be a public road, because that was an issue for the town engineer, and several of the improvements within that area were things that should not be within an accepted public road. So that was a solution to those concerns. So now we are down to condition 11, which is several items required before this issuance of a CO or a certificate of zoning compliance, completion of all the work or a bond, or for documentation that a post-blast survey was offered, documentation regarding the stability of the rock slope and compliance with the regs, final as-built, submittal of a financial guarantee to ensure survival of all the plant materials required by the regs. On 11F, I am proposing we truncate that proposed condition to simply say evidence of the legal merger of the two properties subject to this application satisfactory to the town council. If you recall, during the public hearing, the applicant's engineer said that they're going to come in with a re-subdivision application to create a specific lot around this development pad. So that is anticipated fairly shortly. This is basically a placeholder because the existing lot line goes right through the proposed building site, which would create setback conformance issues. So this requirement would eliminate that. When they come in for the resub, they would probably come in to remove this this condition, because I believe they want to retain the two separate properties and as create a third lot for this development pad site. 12 just has to do with standard lighting condition that we need to come back for any changes. 13, 14, 15, 16 are essentially standard conditions. Dust control in 13, landscaping maintenance on 14, 15, just documents that I could approve under the current regulations, a minor site plan amendment to sync this approval up in very minor ways with the Inland Wetlands Agency required changes, including their approval. And 16 is a condition we used a couple of times recently, requiring reports about soil and soil stabilization, and that could be waived if everything is going well on site, but might be reinstituted as determined to be necessary by the ZO. So that's it, as fast as I could do it.
Chuck Anders, Chair. Thank you, Gary. So, okay, so then what we're looking at is a motion then to approve the application as set forth in the May 20th, 2020 memo. And the additions that Harry mentioned is a new finding number 2 that relates to that the approval based on the verbal representations that the driveway is not a public road. It's the removal of condition 10L, 10M, 10N, and also the putting a period after 11F after town attorney and deleting the last part of that. Is that correct, Harry?
That is correct. And the applicant is aware of these changes. I went over the changes with him this afternoon, and there were no concerns that they had.
Great. Okay, then, is there a motion then to approve this application in accordance with this the staff memo, the findings and conditions of staff memo is May 20th as in accordance with the changes we just discussed.
Chadwick moves to approve as amended.
A motion made by Mr. Joe Chadwick. Is there a second? Chuck Anders, Chair.
Chairman, John Lust, Commissioner, would second that motion.
Okay, Chuck Anders, Chair, second by John. Further discussion by Commission? Hearing none, all those in favor, I'll go through the list. John Lust, John?
In favor.
Joe Chadwick?
Chadwick approves.
Joe Vayuso?
Joe Vayuso, approve.
Marcy Palusi?
Marcia Paluzzi,
And Chuck Anders, Chair, I also approve the application, so that is approved. Okay, that then brings us, any correspondence, Harry?
No, there is not, Mr. Chairman. Harry Smith again.
Okay, and then we go to old business. Those are both items that the commission previously delegated us to schedule a public hearing. And we will do that, Harry to do that in consultation with myself. I expect it'll be either the next meeting or the following meeting. Is that correct, Harry?
That's correct. We'll look at the, given the hour we've extended this meeting to, and what we need to go through next meeting, maybe I'll talk with you quickly tomorrow morning and make sure you're in agreement. Maybe we'll do one or two. We'll look at it and see what makes sense to put on the agenda.
Okay, so that'll be either June 4th or 18th for those.
Right.
That then brings us then to new business, and we have an informal review of the Branford River PDD 2546 Indian Neck Avenue. The change to the previously approved hotel use to an approximately 30-unit multifamily residential development. Is the applicant's representatives ready to speak to us about that?
Yes, good evening. This is Megan Miles. I am a land use lawyer with Carmody, Torrance, Sandbag, and Hennessy off at 195 Church Street in New Haven. Good evening. It is late, so I will be brief. With me on the line, though, is Jim Preddy, our engineer, Joe Seapot, our architect, and also Ed Crowley on the line as a representative of the property owner. The property owners are Tidal Basin LLC and Branford Land Development LLC. So Harry already introduced the site, but the Branford River PDD has 3 parcels. One is Stony Creek Brewery. Another is known as 4-6 Indian Neck Avenue that was approved in January 2018 for a 34-unit hotel. And the third parcel just contains overflow parking for the brewery and stormwater retention facilities. So really at issue tonight is the 4-6 Indian Neck parcel, the one that was approved for the hotel. I submitted a cover letter with our informal materials, and in that letter detailed that the market no longer supports a hotel for this site for reasons including numerous approvals of hotels within 10 miles of the property, increasing cost of construction, increasing tariff costs of fixtures, and these revised plans were in the works before the COVID-19 pandemic hit, but that's only exacerbated the economic impact on the hotel industry, unfortunately. So it's definitely motivated us to continue with this. I'll turn it over to Joe and Jim to detail the proposed plans, but I can say that there are aside for the change of use, there's very few changes to the approved building for the hotel. There's a slight increase in the building size. I believe a major cause of that is because what was once an outdoor deck is now incorporated into the building, so counts towards square footage. The footprint is only slightly shifted. Yeah, oh, and also an important point is the hotel was approved with parameters for the town to construct a boardwalk along the water, with parameters for the applicant to provide funding for that, and the applicant remains committed to that. That has not changed on these plans. Yeah, and once I'll turn it over to Joe and Jim to speak, but while this is really just a change of use, it does necessitate a modification to the PDD uses, and we'll also be applying for site plan and coastal site plan approvals. Yeah. Joe, you want to go first?
Yeah. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Good. And can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. So basically, this is very similar to the last building we had on here. The total building square footage is 39,638 gross square feet. Very similar to the last building. We'll be parking towards the north of the building and underneath the building. The lower level will have kind of a lobby, mechanical area, some storage. And then as we go to the floor plan, what we're doing now is we're converting what was hotel rooms into apartments. We have 6 2-bedroom apartments, 18 1-bedroom, and 6 studios. So we have a ground level, which you just saw, parking and mechanical lobbies, and then we have 3 floors of apartments. Basically, our major circulation is along the north. Amtrak is behind us, again to the north, so it's kind of a buffer for the apartments. Each of the apartments, except for the studios, will have a outdoor deck patio. This is our proposed elevations to the building. We've been in front of the TCR baby recently. There's some minor aesthetic tweaks that we'll be doing to the building, but they like the overall concept. I think they're in favor of everything. And we're going to be looking at some just minor aesthetic changes. So basically in the exterior of the building, we have cedar shingle as your base siding material, fieldstone base with wood screening infills, and some board and batten and horizontal siding for the accents and the third floor spaces. Here are the typical elevations, the proposed south elevation. And again, the building is, let me go back to, the building actually is in almost 3 sections, kind of hugging along the riverfront. Building height is 49 foot 6 inches, and we have a 5 foot mechanical parapet in the middle of space. So again, this is the typical elevations. This is along the north, along where the Amtrak is. And then this is the east elevation. Jim, if you want, I've got your drawings up here. I can scroll up.
You could, Jim Preddy, you could go back to your first, your site rendering, and that'll be enough.
Okay, good. Okay.
So even though this isn't, the detailed, Jim Preddy, Criscola Engineering, even though this isn't the detailed site plan that we've done, if you remember this project at all, you may say, okay, well, what's different? And very little from this perspective. There was a second driveway that went in from Indian Neck directly under the building, which is now gone. So when we had the traffic engineer involved and he determined that the better sight line was the driveway that we've kept. The other driveway now, because we don't need it anymore, is now gone. The better sight line is kept. The traffic is actually the same or less than what was the hotel use. In the reconfiguring of the parking area along the railroad tracks and behind the building, very little bit, but other than some angles of the building that changed a little bit, I mean, site-wise, you're looking at what was pretty much approved. That paver sidewalk that goes all the way around, that was kind of a combination patio walkway area and also access for the fire marshal to bring equipment down there if need be. That hasn't changed at all. At the east end of the project, we have parking that sticks out from past the building. That'll be a seashell area that hasn't changed at all. So from a site perspective, we're looking at basically the same plan. The overall impervious surface ratio reduced by minuscule amounts, but it has reduced. And so we kept our stormwater plan that was already reviewed and approved by the town engineer in place. We didn't reduce that at all. We left it as it is. And the other, in the rest of the application, we have also John Cunningham, who did the landscaping plan, has adjusted his plans for these minor changes too. And again, that if you looked at the two plans, they really don't look that much different from what you've approved.
Chuck Anders, Chair, thank you. Does the applicant have any, are you guys done for now, or you have any more comments, or?
So
Just
this
I
is
would turn
Megan.
it back to Megan.
Yeah, this is Megan Miles. I don't have anything to add. I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have about at this time about the project or the application materials. We hope to file at the end of this month, actually in the next few days, with the goal to have a hearing in July. So that's our timeline, but we welcome your comments right now.
Sure. I will take a shot and just give you my reactions to this. First of all, I think it's sad. I liked the idea of the hotel, I'm sorry. It's whatever. The market's the market. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and I don't want to mess with that. But it's unfortunate. And one of the reasons I kind of liked it is one of the themes that's come up of properties along the Branford River here is the idea of privatizing. We said privatizing the waterfront by having it, not a public use, not something where public can go. And I mean, the brewery is just a great example of where people have found out, oh, we do have a river. It's just introduced because there's that public component. Whereas if it's, residential or condominiums or whatever, again, it's the privatizing. So, and I will ask this question, even though I think I know the answer, was there any thought given to having like a first floor be a restaurant or retail or gallery or something, or is that just totally unrealistic? And I understand the second, third floor or whatever, but was that on any, is that just totally unrealistic?
So this is Megan Miles. My initial thought is that it's a really uniquely shaped, fairly small site. And so the only available space on the first floor is dedicated to elevator, mechanical, a small lobby, and a small storage area for tenants. So I don't believe there's really any space to fit it in, but I can hand it over to Ed or Jim to correct me if there's even more dialogue there.
Jim Preddy, Criscola Engineering. I could chime in a little bit here. Chuck, don't forget that part of the original approval was a contribution to the boardwalk plan that's going to come by here and connect out, with Monowese Avenue, and that's still part of the program.
Chuck Anders, yeah, no, I understand that. I understand that. I'm just thinking, going to what it was before, it was, the public can actually go in there and see the hotel, see the beautiful thing. And this is, again, all private. But I get that. And I get there's other reasons for density near the train station and so forth. I'm not discounting that. But still, if I had my druthers, I would choose something that had a more public component. But I understand, what the market governs, and I'm not being pushy. The other thing, though, about when we've had this discussion with other informal PDDs with, they're proposing more than 10 or numbers of units is the whole idea of an affordable component, either a fee in lieu of or something affordable when you're putting in some type of units. Again, we had the informal discussion with the Anchor Reef folks. We had them with Exit 55 of doing something, and that's just something that is, a lot of communities, including Branford, are getting more sensitive to. And I know it's only 30 units, but it's something, a little bit, something, that would be something in the presentation that I would be interested in. So those are, you asked for comments, those are my comments. I don't know whatever John or anyone, Marcy, John, Joe, Paul, anyone have other thoughts?
Yeah, no, John lost Commissioner. You've asked all the right questions, Chuck. Made all the right comments, so I'm satisfied with that.
Did other folks have some questions, comments for these guys?
I do.
Marcy.
Marcy Paluzzi here. You know, I commend the idea of the boardwalk coming in, but it's, you know, per the last meeting, you know, where you were bringing the public to the very corner of Indian Neck, I thought was very minimal. And now that it's a residential proposal, I would certainly hope that that walkway could somehow tie into that paved area as opposed to being kept completely off-site, and that there was a better connection of, or better opportunity to have public access on the shoreline through that area, or at least provide some kind of cross-section so we can see what the relationship might be. Because, you know, although the idea of floating a boardwalk is lovely, I think that it has to connect out sooner, you know, more towards the end of where this project is, rather than being jammed right into the corner under the base of the bridge. So I'd just like to see more design given to the site elements now that it's a residential community, both for those who would potentially be living there and for the potential public use that's required for camps.
Thank you, Marcy. Chuck Andrews, Chair. Any other members have comments for the applicants? Fox?
Joe Vayuso. I don't know. We just had an informal talk about on the other side with 147 units. So now it's that whole area is going to be
Right.
inundated more residential instead of commercial. So I don't have no thoughts. I have to think about this a little more, but now you're stacking another 34 units on top of a possible 147 more. So it's gonna change the situation a little bit. So.
Chuck Andrews, Chair. Thanks, Joe. Anyone else? Paul or Joe Chadwick?
I have no comments at this time.
Thanks, Joe. Chuck Andrews. Paul still with us? I don't know. Okay. Okay. I think that's what we've got. Chuck Andrews, Chair. Any questions from the applicant? Any more?
This is Megan Miles. I had one question. With Marcy requesting the walkway to connect into the paved area, I wasn't sure what paved area she was referring to. Was it is it on the Indian Neck Avenue side or the corner of the property?
So Marcy Paluzzi here. So in the initial approval, they talked a lot about the public access, you know, being donated back to the property, and it was really sort of, you know, hunkered in right at the corner of the Indian Neck corner. And I think that a huge opportunity was missed to develop that stretch of river, whether it be to create, you know, two separate walkways, one for, you know, when it was a hotel proposal, you know, maybe you'd want to have a separation of the public and private space, and that could have been done elevationally and had the boardwalk off the water. But now that it's being considered for residential, I wonder whether that shouldn't be, you know, public space for the public to connect the boardwalk in, perhaps on the other side of the project near where that little parking spot is at the end. But, you know, regardless, you know, I think there's a lot of study that needs to be addressed as far as the edge treatment of the river and its restoration and the relationship between the private and public uses, whatever that might be. And I just don't feel that this is going further enough yet. You know, all the attention has been given to the architecture, which is quite lovely, and some minimal planting. So I would just like to see some more creativity applied to that whole stretch along the river, whatever the solution is.
Okay. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I think that was my only follow-up question.
Chuck Andrews, Chair. Great. Anything else from anyone, either the applicant or commission members or staff? If not, then I think we'll move on to, thank you for the presentation, and we'll move on to item number 2 of new business. And we just need to get a public hearing. That's before wetlands, I understand, and we just need to schedule a public hearing at some point. Is that correct, Harry?
Harry Smith, Town Planner. Yes, that's correct. I might suggest that the commission again delegate to staff and the chair setting of the actual date of the hearing. It wouldn't be any earlier than June 18th.
Yeah, okay. Chuck Anders, chair. Is that okay? John, is that okay?
John Lush, Commissioner, that is okay with me, yes.
Joe Chadwick, is that okay with you?
Chadwick's in agreement.
Joe Viuzzo, okay with you?
Yes, that's okay.
Marcy, is that okay? Great. Marcy, that's okay with you?
Marcy Paluzzi, okay with me.
Okay, and it's okay with me as well. Okay, that brings us to planner's report. And Harry, we had a request at the very beginning of the meeting about some issue that we said we could bring up here. Is that person still here?
I believe that person is still here. Maybe briefly, looks like they still want to speak, though I see a lower hand sign, but I will just report for the record that the police department requested some information this morning about the gentleman at the end of Soundview Heights. You may know the area. There is a wall along the shore between the very end of Soundview Heights as it hits the water and the Owenigo Inn property. There's various pieces of information I acquired today, but I have no comprehensive really knowledge of it. I went down there. It seemed from the report I was given by the police department that someone was attempting to put a fence along the very end of Soundview Heights, where there is a sidewalk that goes down to the water. And I did have a property map of that, which showed that was a walkway and it opened to the public area. So I just went down to present that information. The police brought me down instead to this area at the end, bordering the Owenigo property. Someone representing the property owner said they were about to put a fence up. There were folks there ready to install the fence. I was asked about the zoning regulations. I said a fence 6 feet or less does not require a zoning permit. My understanding is no building permit was required. So I said that was my standing as well. I advised the owner that given the neighbors and the concern that he should strongly consider not doing it. I told him I'm not approving it. There's no role for me to approve it. And I told him that I have no authority to prevent it. And there was nothing in the zoning regulations that prohibited it, but that people were telling me there was some kind of easement rights across there. And I advised him that it's likely or possible that he may have to take the fence down in compliance with those easement rights. So he was advised of all that with me. I'm not sure how much clarity he got out of that advice. There were many people on the scene. What I said might have, as things that people say, sometimes get changed or modified or minimized as it goes from person to person. So I'm not sure what the collective understanding out there is about what I said, but that is what I said to the gentleman at that property. I believe as I left the site, he was directing his contractor to install a fence. I did not stay to see what happened at that point. The police was still on the scene.
Chuck Anders, Chair, thank you. Okay, so is this person here and does they want to talk?
I believe he's here and he does want to talk.
Okay, we'll give you a few minutes because it's 11:20 and this is not even on our agenda, so please be quick.
I understand. Yes, thank you for giving me a couple minutes here. I'll try to be brief. Harry and I spoke leading into this meeting. As Harry indicated, he felt like he was misinterpreted, but to understand the story from my perspective, this has been an ongoing issue here in this community. You know, the police have been called multiple times to the property. We have documentation stating it's a public easement, actually signed by the Board of Selectmen here in Branford. This is a town issue, And so basically when the police had come down, these prior 2 dates, they had removed barriers that were placed on that property, and directed the property owners of 59 Soundview Heights that it's a public easement down to a public beach. It's clearly marked. This was more of the same. We had the police come down, we had the community take our stance, present the documentation, and the police were of the mindset that they were going to resolve this issue in a similar manner. I had to leave because I had to work, as we all do, but I had to leave to drop my son off to his grandmother, which allowed for a 15 to 20 minute time period to pass. In that time period, Harry came down. And again, this is where the story gets misconstrued, according to Harry. But the police officers told me that Harry directed them to protect the ability for this owner to put up this fence on a public easement. And they said that the town planner has provided that direction, and the barrier went up. We've filed a complaint with the DEEP. We've been in touch with John and the engineering department. We've kind of taken all avenues and are seeking legal representation. But I wanted to bring the matter up here because from our perspective, from our purview, Harry was the one that provided this direction to the police department. And now we're in a situation where we have a blockage on a public easement down to the beach. It's a health and safety issue because when this has happened before, and actually when it's happening now, we have people trying to get around and scale the barriers, which is causing issues for people's safety. Leading into Memorial Day weekend here, we're gonna have a lot of that. We have a lot of folks that travel down to this area. As a member of the Soundview Heights Association, I own down here in Soundview Heights. We have to maintain that seawall. We have to maintain that barrier, and we protect the easement there. Again, this is an issue that's going to cause major disruptions in this community. And it's unfortunate, Harry, that you felt like you were misunderstood, but law enforcement allowed for this to happen because of the direction of Harry from their perspective. I'm looking to this committee for some guidance. I haven't been on any of these calls before. I've been sitting here for over 3 hours just waiting for my turn to talk. I only found out that this meeting was happening because I'm researching on how to get in touch with Harry because he wouldn't get back to me throughout the day. Found out he was preparing for this meeting. I wanted to be able to raise that to this as a concern to this group and just get some general guidance on where do we go from here. I have this document showing that in 1937, this public easement was declared by the selectmen of the town of Branford as open to the public. And this wasn't even given a chance to review when Harry came out. He said that, it wasn't a matter of his jurisdiction, as he stated just now. It wasn't a town matter, which the states it is. Wouldn't give us time to present our documentation and went on his way. And when I spoke to the police officers when I came back, they said Harry gave him guidance to put up that blockage. So that's where this is a town issue from two perspectives. One, our town planner gave that direction to law enforcement. And two, I have this document here stating that the town of Branford and its selectmen approved that being a public easement down to the beach. So I don't know who to pose this question to, but where do we go from here?
This is Chuck Anders. I'm going to give you here's what it sounds like I'm hearing two different stories and I'm hearing a misunderstanding. But here's my takeaway, and for whatever it's worth, it may be worth nothing. I'm not disagreeing. It sounds like there may be a public safety issue because people may have to go around it and fall down or have a problem. And there may be a trespass issue that somebody is putting up a fence where they have no right to do it because they have a right to walk on that. So your rights are being violated. I don't dispute that at all. What I heard Harry is saying is, does somebody need, does zoning regulate fences under 6 feet? And he said no, and I think he's correct. What we are is we're the Planning and Zoning Commission. That's what we had. We're talking about people who propose developments on their property. We got to make sure they comply with the zoning regulations. And one of the zoning and a lot of times you don't want to come You know, it's great where there's no government regulation. And one of the government regulations we don't regulate is the size of fence when they're under 6 feet. So I guess this is what I understood from Harry. He's saying, so somebody asked him, hey, if I put a fence under 6 feet, do I need a zoning permit? And the answer, I think he said, is no, which sounds accurate to me. I think that is a correct understanding of our zoning regulation. That said, that doesn't mean that there's these other problems. It doesn't sound like a zoning issue. He may be a trespasser. He may be violating a town easement. But that's not something we do as a planning and zoning commission. What should you do? I agree. Talk to your attorney. I think that's a great idea. You can talk to the first selectman, because if the easement is in favor of the town, and then the town would may have the right to stop them and tell them to, take it down, because it's a public walkway and it's in the benefit of the town. So I would bring that to that attention. I don't think it's an issue at all. I don't think it's an issue of whether, you need, I think he's right that you don't need a permit for a fence under 6 feet, but that doesn't mean that he can do it. It just means that it's an unregulated aspect. I mean, that's what I understood from Harry to say. That's what I understood you say. I think you're both right in where you're going, but that's my 2 cents at 11:25. After close to 4.5 hours that we've been here tonight. So, and I hope that's helpful. And I'm not trying to pass the buck, but that's just not something that we could do. I don't think, it doesn't sound like there's a zoning violation here by putting the structure there. There could be something else. It could be a violation of your rights under an easement, but it's not a zoning issue as far as I can tell. Anyway,
And
that's
Charles,
my 2 cents
when the
for you.
police report is filed, I'll be sure to send it your way. Their direction came from Harry, according to them.
Well, okay. Then
So it becomes
all I can say. I haven't read the police report. All I've heard is what he said, and I've heard what you said. I can see where there was probably a misunderstanding here. I don't doubt that. So that's my take.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Look, I've been waiting, like I said, for 4 hours this entire time while you guys have been going through what's on the agenda. I appreciate being heard. But at the same time, I wouldn't be on this call. I wouldn't be interested in speaking to this committee if the crux of the issue didn't source from our town planner, which is what the law enforcement is telling me happened. So that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm raising it here. Otherwise,
Okay.
being told that this isn't a town zoning and planning issue, I would have walked away free and clear and said, fine, let me go find whose issue this is and deal with them. But it became your issue when your town planner directed law enforcement.
Well, I think there may have been lots of misunderstandings, including misunderstanding by law enforcement. They're not here. I haven't heard their side. So I just heard what I heard from you. I heard from Harry, gave you my take. Anyway, it doesn't sound like if the issue is the size of a fence, does it need a zoning permit? The answer is no. It's a correct answer. Doesn't mean he can do it. Just means it's not regulated by zoning. And maybe the law enforcement said, hey, Harry can do it. In which case, I think maybe they misunderstood. I don't know what happened, but I think you're doing the right thing. I think you're concerned about that. I don't blame you. Talk to your attorney, talk to the first selectman, and that's what your rights are under that easement. That's not really a zoning issue. That's the way to take this. That's what I would suggest.
Fair enough. I will. I'll end it there. I'll forward you the police report where their direction from their perspective is coming from Harry.
Okay.
And that this becomes a town planning and zoning issue because of that, because official guidance was given from this committee into this allowing a public easement to be blocked, by an entire community, entire town, really a state, because this is not only a town matter, it's a state issue. That we have the DEP rulings from 1987 on this matter when Onigo tried to block that easement as well.
It sounds like you got a great case. It sounds like you're right. I'm not disputing that, and you can send the police report. We'll take a look at it.
That sounds good. Have a good night.
Okay. Good night. Harry, anything else under planner's report?
No, nothing else at this point. Thank you.
Okay, great. Anyone got anything else? Okay, great. Someone want to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made by everyone. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay, unanimous. Okay, good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you.
Right.
This program was brought to you in part through the support of the Town of Branford. Watch town meetings and other videos on demand at BranfordTV.org.